And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicinda. I am Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP, which is a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire is to help amazing designers find great players who love their games and help great players find amazing designers whose games they can love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but the most fun way to do it is to sit down with those designers and play their games. That's what we're doing today. We're playing one of the I've only announced 5 of them so far, but one of my top 10 most anticipated games that are funding or releasing this year, and that is Deimos Academy by Banana Chan, dang it, Austin, and my brain is blanking. A lot of amazing people. Thank you.
Austin Taylor and Amanda Call.
There we go. And so my who we interviewed a couple of weeks ago, it was a phenomenal conversation. You can go back and check that out. I'm very excited to have Banana facilitating for us today, even though this is a GM-less game. So just to clarify to everybody up front, you do not need a facilitator, but I'm super excited to have you here with us, Banana. Why don't you tell people a little bit about who you are, what you do, and tell us about Deimos Academy?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Banana Chan. I am the owner and co-founder of a small RPG/board game publishing company called Game in a Curry. This is going to be probably our 3rd or 4th Kickstarter that we're going to be releasing. And Deimos Academy is basically a GM-less collaborative storytelling horror tabletop role-playing game in a coloring book with paper dolls. And you're all playing boarding school alum who have to return back to your creepy boarding school to face your fears that you had as children. And so you are going to be uncovering these memories and fears as you play.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
I am super excited to dive in. Let's meet our other players. Coming back again for the second time in 2 weeks. We've got Dan Spencer. Dan, tell people who you are, what you do, and where they can find you online.
Yeah. Hi there. I'm Dan Spencer. I am a TTRPG enthusiast. I do a whole bunch of things. Boy, I probably should have prepared something in my mind for what I was going to say. I am a podcaster and comedian and musician, and you can find me online at Dantendo64. Mostly, especially this month, I post puzzles that I make.
Awesome. Super glad to have you back with us. Joining us for the first time, but hopefully a face we're going to see more of since they just joined the Plus One Discord. We've got C. Tell people a little bit about who you are, what you do, where they can find you online.
Hi, my name is C. I am a trickster doing tongue twisters with my name. I use they, them pronouns. I am a TTRPG performer, digital artist, producer, and dramaturg. You can find me making very trans, very gay art on the internet at Pie Sharp Art. You can also find me as a co-producer and player over on Transplanar RPG. If you don't know what that is, Transplanar is an all transgender person of color led 100% homebrew D&D 5th edition actual play livestream set in a non-colonial anti-orientalist world, and I am so psyched to be here today. Thank you so much for inviting me to the channel, and I am just so psyched to play this. Super
excited to have you with us. And then we've got Drac with us also too, who has been on my list of people I've been looking forward to playing with for a while. And so when Banana was like, can Drac do it? I was like, absolutely 100%. Super excited to have you with us. Why don't you tell people a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Draconics, or Jack for short. I use he, they pronouns, and I'm a TTRPG performer, producer, writer. I'm obsessed with TTRPGs, I guess addict as well. I'm honestly just very excited to be playing Deimos Academy. I'm going to be one of the writers on it, so actually getting to get my grubby little hands on it and actually play it is going to be a ton of fun.
Awesome. I am thrilled to play with all of y'all every time we play here on stream, but especially when we're playing a horror game, we think it's always good to introduce just a brief set of safety tools. Banana, I know that there are actually some baked into the slides themselves. Do you want me to hand it over to you to do that, or are we just want to walk through lines and veils normally? Do you have a kind of a place in the intro where you want to touch on that?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. Yeah, so I guess we could start with, actually, let's start with our X card and our O card, and then we'll get into lines and veils.
Cool.
So in the game, you are going to have something called an X card. And an X card is basically something that you are going to either say out loud, because we're all, in online format. We can say X card, we can type it into the chat. But in real life, we're going to have an index card or a piece of paper that has like an X on it. And basically what this does is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you're feeling like I want to redo a scene, or just like take a pause, take a breather, and like, change the scene a little bit, you would press basically tap the X card if it's like in front of you on the table. In this format, we're just going to say the words X card, and basically we would pause, rewind, redo the scene. And on the other side of the safety tool type of stuff is the O card. So like the O card is similar to the X card in that it is an index card as well. And it's also something that you could say out loud, or you can type into the chat. But the O card is basically if you see something that someone else has done that's really exciting to you, and you're just like, oh yes, I want more of that. Or, someone at the table is like, doing something that's like really fun, or really really spooky, and like it might be something that's like a little scarier in this case too, where some folks are just like, oh, I'm not too sure if this is like okay or not, but I'm going to try it and I'm going to see what people think. And if other people say O card, that sort of like incentivizes you to keep going. So those are the O card and the X card. We also have lines and veils. So that's our other calibration tool, where basically we've discussed this beforehand, where lines are lines in the sand. So basically they are things that we will not talk about, we will not discuss these topics, and we're just not going to have them in game. Veils, on the other hand, veils are things that we're okay with, but we would rather say like fade to black on them. So what does that mean? Basically, if I were to put a veil on something like violence, say we're in a scene together, and my character is about to punch another person's character, what I could say instead is my character is about to get into a scuffle with yours, fade to black. And so that insinuates that the thing has happened, and we move on from there and we go on to something else. Does that make sense to everyone so far? Yep. Awesome. So we've done some pre-work. So in our calibration notes, we have our lines already listed and our veils already listed. So our lines so far are over intoxication, drunk driving, vomit described or acted out, real world oppression or use of slurs, sexual assault, and harassment. So those are our lines. Our veils are suicide, self-harm, and eye gore. And for those of you at home who are watching this is a horror game. So some content warnings here would be there might be bugs, there might be creepy crawlies, there might be sort of like a sense of foreboding, there might be obviously supernatural is going to play a part in this as well, and also just like feeling trapped in a space. So that's just some stuff to keep in mind while watching this.
Cool. Perfect. No, I love it. That hits it. Also, just a reminder to everybody who's playing, also everyone who's watching, we use an open door policy here. So if somebody needs to mute, step away, be away from the computer for a second when we're not taking a break, then that's totally normal, because people have human lives outside of the screen that you see them in. And so don't feel weirded out if you see that happening. And if you need to get a drink, step away from the screen, any of those things while you're watching, you should do that also too, because you're a real human being as well, probably. And so with that said, I'm going to hand things back over to Banana to just get us started in the game.
Awesome. Thank you. So before we get started into a little bit more of the character creation side of things, I know that we've already done a little bit of character creation, but we haven't done all of it just yet. So before we get into that, we're going to build out the school. And so what does the school look like? So the school, you all received this this letter from the school, which basically tells you that you're invited back. So I'm going to read it out loud, and I'm going to ask some of you to fill out some of these sections, sort of like in an ad libs form. Dear esteemed alumni, it's the year, and what do you think the year would be here? Do we want to play it in a modern time, or do we want to play it 90s, 80s?
I love a 90s.
I
Cool.
was thinking 80s, 90s sounds great. Yeah.
All right, awesome. So keeping in mind that your characters would have graduated 15 years before that. So if we're playing in the 90s, then 1990 minus 15, that's 1975. I'm really bad at math. I'm sorry. I'm just like,
We could just
trying
say
to,
we
like,
graduated
go
in like
back.
1981 and that this is 1996 if we wanted to.
Oh, that could work. Yeah.
I've been on for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, cool. So we're going to put in there, wait, did we say that we're graduating 1996? Or sorry, we graduated in 1996 and this is 15 years after.
Yeah, we graduated in 1981 and it's 1996
1981.
now.
This is 1996. Okay, cool. It's 1996, the perfect time for our 15-year reunion. Some of us haven't seen each other since graduation. The reason why we're hosting this reunion now is because, so I'm going to ask you to choose one. The first option is we've received a large donation and we'd like to offer it to any alumni who return. That's a little suspicious. We'd like you to speak with prospective students. Or we are being interviewed by press and they want to know about your experience.
I like the creepy, suspicious aspect of that first one.
Yeah.
It feels very strong. We have money. Please come back and we'll give you some.
Awesome.
Because everybody knows that's how academia works. You pay them a lot of money, and then years later they invite you back to give you some of it in return.
We have arranged a day of celebration starting at 11 a.m. on the date. So do you think this is going to be sometime in the summer, fall, winter? What do you all think? And also after this, we're going to ask a location question. So keep those two things in mind.
I love fall flavors, but I'm not stuck on anything particular.
Happy to lean into the late fall spooky time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
October 31st.
Oh, yeah.
It's a Halloween.
What do you
How
think?
weird. They want to give us money on Halloween.
And
location.
All right, great.
anybody have a location that's really speaking to them? This is boarding school, so we can put it wherever.
Yeah. I want it to be somewhere in the UK.
That's fine. Well, why don't you
Nice.
suggest a few good UK-based locations so we don't sound ridiculous when we're
No, I think you should give it a try. No, let's have it in London. Everyone knows London, at least a little bit. So yeah. And it's consistently wet and
so-
cold in the UK, so it's perfect.
Very dreary. All right, so we have arranged a day of celebration starting at 11 a.m. on October 31st at Deimos Academy. As all of you know, the Academy is located at London, UK, so please dress appropriately for the weather. Lunch, dinner, and light beverages will be provided. Please register at your earliest convenience. All expenses have been paid for. Children, significant others, and any other guests are not allowed. We will be expecting just you. See you there. Sincerely.
again, totally
And
normal.
now, very normal. Who do you think this letter is from?
I almost
Go ahead.
love the idea that it's from another student, maybe like class president or something like that. You know,
Ooh,
Love that.
Yeah.
like most popular kid kind of situation.
Love it. What's their name?
Reggie something.
Reggie O'Doul. Reggie O'Doul.
I spelt it like the non-alcoholic beer. Is that
Perfect. Perfect.
okay.
In fact, I think they are the son of the
Yeah.
person who created that beer. Because Deimos Academy has like big, like famous, like usually rich or important people, and I imagine having a non-alcoholic beer makes you pretty important. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Such
Cool.
a classic Reggie move.
All right, so we filled all of this out. Now we have a few more questions to answer before we go into our characters. So the first question is, why do most children get sent to the school?
It's a great question. Why? Dan, do you have a pitch on this?
Not off the top of my head.
I do love. I mean, I think like I do like the classic boarding school, getting you set on the networked track for unlimited success for the rest of your life vibe. If everybody's cool with that.
Yeah.
Unlimited success.
Very simple reason, right? What it says in the brochure. So.
And what was it known for when you attended? And were there any scandals or strange events there?
What's it known for?
So here's my embarrassing question about London, the UK. Are there catacombs? It's not Paris, right? It's not the same.
No, there aren't. I don't believe there are
That's
any.
too bad.
Hey, I mean,
That's too bad.
there's also not Deimos Academy in London, but there is now. So we can put wherever we want in London.
And any old city has like a level of city built on top of city.
Yeah.
Realities to it. So, you know, it could be like old, like significant location from an ancient war, like on property also too, that is kind of ruiny feel to it. Like, yeah, like a site of an ancient battle would be, it could be a cool vibe. That's kind of ruin adjacent.
Ancient battle. All right. Very cool. And were there any scandals or strange events there that could be related to this ancient battle?
I can imagine the scandal. Actually, it doesn't quite work.
What were you thinking? We can workshop it.
I was just thinking like the very building of this, like maybe it was considered like a historical like place, and then they built a school over it, and that within itself was kind of a scandal. Like, why would you build something over history? So it was originally met with like a lot of backlash.
Yeah, and like every time the school expands, it has to like pull that up again, right? So,
yeah.
Oh, I'm running out of space here, but I'm just going to put that there. All right, cool. The next question is, what is it known for now? Maybe this is something odd you saw on the news that doesn't line up with the invite that you received.
I mean, is it in financial hardship? Like,
Yes,
like is it in like enrollments down, and finances are stretched, and like they've had to defer maintenance, and like all the letters we've got for the last like 10 years have been like, please send money to Deimos Academy.
Maybe it could have been like they're being like sued for something, and that's why like they lost a huge amount of money in that lawsuit.
I love that.
Because then we could be like, what were they getting sued for? It can be whatever we wanted.
Nice. Awesome. All right, so it looks like we have our school pretty much fleshed out for now. So let's start with our characters. So you have all chosen some very cool characters, and you've done some awesome coloring things.
Yes, we all did awesome coloring.
We all did our awesome colorings for sure. It wasn't C who did theirs and then Banana who did all of ours for us.
You chose the colors, okay? So that was all you. So we have a few different characters here. So before we introduce them, let's have you all fill out some stuff. So we already determined the graduating year. The next question is, where did your parents live while you were at school? So were they maybe local, or were they somewhere else, basically? And I'm going to give you all. Oh, go ahead.
Should we write it down, or do you want to say it out loud?
You could save it for now, and then I think
it's like the
I
one
think we're
question
gonna
I
do a-
didn't answer was that first question, where do my parents live? I think part of it was waiting for the location to kind of be revealed. Has anyone answered that question yet?
All right, cool. Yeah, and feel free to answer the next questions if you like. The next question is, what was your reputation in high school? So if you're having some issues trying to think of a reputation, we have tables on slide 9. Slide 9 has a table for reputations that you can roll from. So how that works is basically you would take a 1d6, one 6-sided die, roll it twice, and then based on the numbers that you get, you would just basically go down the table and look for the thing that you have. So for example, if you rolled a 2 and a 5, you would go down the column, look for a 2, then go down the row and look for a 5, and you'll see that that is a hottie. You were a hottie.
I rolled loner, which really goes right into my shy art student thing that I was vibing with already. So I think that was just meant to be.
Nice, nice. And you don't have to pick from the table. You could just use your own if you like. I love shy art student. That is perfect.
I think I'm go jock. That's who I was as a kid, so I want to bring back young Drac.
Nice.
I rolled most annoying.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Forgot that option.
Yeah, I rolled earlier. I got most charming.
Oh.
Ooh.
The next question is, how do you define yourself now? So it could be the same. Maybe you just, have stayed the same this entire time, or maybe you are different now.
I'm gonna roll for this one. I went from a jock to a badass, so that's pretty cool.
Nice. And then, take your time. And once you're all ready, your next question after that is, you discovered your powers in whatever it is. When you were in a scary situation, how did you find your powers? So a few examples here could be you were maybe like running away from a bully, or that's when your powers like somehow got activated or something, like sort of like, how they do it in X-Men. Think of it that way, but like scary X-Men.
Terrifying X-Men. Okay.
Terrifying X-Men.
Yeah, I was thinking about this a lot because, like, thinking about how I discovered that I can astrally travel was such an interesting thing to be like, what fear induces I have out-of-body experiences? Which I know it doesn't necessarily have to be a one-to-one, but like narratively, I want to be satisfied in that way, and so.
If it helps, you can also answer the next question first. So this made you scared of something. What is your fear? For that, we also have tables that you can roll from. So on slide 10, we have a whole bunch of fears. And if it helps, maybe determining the fear first before filling out how you figured it out might be helpful.
That's 100. Like, I had some ideas, and that's 100% what I did, and it 100% helped. So.
Awesome. Okay, great. I'm very excited to learn what everyone's fears are.
I'm gonna show people some of the character sheets in progress as people are typing stuff in.
Sounds good.
Oh, okay. I have an idea.
Now, before we go into the last question, let's first go ahead and, once we're like done with everything, we'll be introducing our characters, and then we're going to do our relationships, and then we're going to answer that last question.
This is just by the way, this is like so cool. I'm like so into this. It's so fun. Everyone back this game on Kickstarter right now.
Thank you.
Next week.
Thanks.
Hack into
I see
Kickstarter.
you, like pointing right there, right now.
Hack into Kickstarter. Force the game to launch.
But you
Early.
can follow Deimos Academy and be notified when it does launch.
You can.
That
You
could
can
be
go
a
to
thing to do now.
ttrpg.link/Deimos KS, and it'll take you straight there. The links are also in the description as well.
Thank you. If you do hack into the Kickstarter and press launch, just remember to add another 10 days. So that way it's a 40-day campaign instead
That's
of 30.
right. That's right. All right. I do love like that Drac and I have had some very similar headspaces this entire process.
Wait, really?
Reading through your sheet. We'll talk about it in a second. I don't want to change anything. But like just everybody else, like we were both drawn to the same character classes. Like
Yeah.
but reading through yours, there like heights is one of the things I considered being afraid of also too. But yeah, I'm very interested to chat through some of it too. So
Awesome. So once we're all ready, we can go ahead and introduce our characters. Let's start with C. So we'll just go down in the slide order.
Great. I'm so excited. I am going to be playing Felix, who is the medium, which means that I can talk to ghosts. Felix uses they, them pronouns, graduated in 1981. And while they were at Deimos Academy, their parents lived abroad in Berlin, Germany. So they were not local whatsoever. Their reputation in the academy was as the shy art student, very loner, very weirdo type. We're just going to lean right into that. My favorite thing. But now they define themselves, I think, still as a loner, but as like a high-end artist now. Kind of like it's like they never had friends as a teen, and now they're like a highly reputable like performance artist slash like alt artist, you know, and they also still don't have any friends because that's such a weird space to be in. And they discovered their powers of mediumship when they got lost in the ruins underneath the school. But all of the ghosts of other people who got lost in the ruins, the ghosts who were down there helped them find the way out. But that, of course, made them scared, very much so, of getting lost and also of small confined spaces. So that's Felix, as I have them right now.
love it.
That's awesome. The next character is Clairvoyant.
Hi, I'm clairvoyant. My pronouns are they, them, and I graduated in 1981. While I was attending the school, my parents were back home in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My reputation in high school was I was the most annoying, but how do I define myself now? Royalty, so clearly I have changed. I discovered my powers in clairvoyance, which is when I can see the future. I was walking home from a party one night. It was dark, it was cold, and I heard a scream from nearby, and just immediately in my mind, I saw this man in a creepy, featureless mask just chasing me down a tunnel with a knife. And that has made me scared of people in masks and tunnels.
Great, thank you. And next we have Tobias Reeves.
So I am playing as Tobias. I am. My pronouns are he, him. My graduating year is the same as everybody else's. I didn't fill that in. My parents are from Cupertino, California, is what I always say. But they were migrant workers who worked up and down the coast. I was 100% a scholarship student to Deimos. My reputation was that I was the most charming, like I said, but I discovered my powers for astral projection when I fell to the ceiling over the gym with Reggie, and Reggie and I had an out of body experience the entire time, like in the ambulance, in the hospital. Like I was aware of everything that was happening because I was pushed out of my body, and things away from my body also too. So that was the first time I realized I could do that. We can talk about what happened to Reggie as a group. I figure, I don't know if we want to go straight into Reggie just died, but I think it was probably worse for Reggie than for me, and that made me afraid of losing someone close to me. Yeah, that's what I got.
And how do you define yourself now?
Oh, I become highly religious. Like I think I definitely view, though I am afraid of this power, I definitely view this as some sort of divine thing that has come up. And I will say, due to the highly charming reality of who I was and the nature of that, has real strong skeevy televangelist vibes a little bit also as an adult, I think too. And so somewhere between self-help guru and televangelist, I think is where Tobias has landed.
Amazing. And finally, we have Nanala.
Yeah, Nanala. So I'm playing Nanala. He's just he, they pronouns. Also graduated in 1981. His parents lived in London, but their work took them all over the world. They're very much like honestly, they put him in the boarding school because they couldn't take him to their work trips and stuff. So it's like, you stay there, they'll raise you. I'm busy. His reputation as a jock. I think he was pretty good at football. Since we're in the UK, we can call it football. And I think that skill is more or less what got him into the school in the first place. Now I define myself as a badass. I think now he didn't take football professionally, but he's reached up. I think it's kind of like essentially a stunt man kind of deal. So he built enough resilience to take on quite a few hits and do a lot of very athletic things for a good amount of money. He discovered his powers in telekinesis when he and the rest of the football team in the middle of the night were like, let's even climb up on the roof of Deimos Academy and just kind of like hang out there. And they were fucking around, being just ridiculous together, and he got pushed off the roof. They didn't mean to like push him off. It was like a playful nudge, but he ended up falling, and in a panic kind of like reached out. There was nothing really to reach out to, but the telekinesis kind of pulled a bunch of shrubbery right underneath him, and he ended up landing in that instead. He still broke an arm, but it was way less bad than it could have been. And because of that, he is scared of heights. He tries his best to avoid that any time he can.
I gotta know, is that broken arm the reason you didn't go pro?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think it is. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, I think that's why I couldn't go pro. I think it was like like maybe a week or two before like a really important like tryout for a proper professional team, and that put him out for like a couple of months. So he ended up missing out on it. And I'm gonna say, you know what? Because it sounds like Reggie is gonna be a connecting tissue. I think Reggie was the one that pushed him.
Reggie.
You know, it's really
Edge.
funny. I totally forgot that I'd written Reggie was the person I fell through the ceiling with when I said that name earlier. I was I mean, like, obviously my brain remembered somewhere deep inside, but yeah, I totally spaced on that.
Okay, so would it be like, do you know how like there's multiple Reggies? So like you're Reggie O and you're Reggie D. So like
I'm 100% fine figuring out. It could absolutely be the same Reggie, or it could be a total. I'm fine either way, right? Like,
Did they all dress the same, sort of like the Heathers?
it was the Reggies.
Oh, the Reggies. Oh no, wait.
Yes.
I actually really like
Yes.
this. Yes. Yeah.
Just a bunch of mean Reggies.
Yeah, it was Reggie F pushed me.
Yeah, Reggie B fell through the roof. With me. Reggie O is fine, apparently.
That's the good Reggie. That was the Reggie that was like, we all talked to him like, do you really want to be part of the Reggies? Like, you're kind of cool. You're actually nice compared to them. They're like,
Right.
I don't know. I don't feel like I belong anywhere else. So they kind of stayed there because they didn't know where else to go.
Poor Reggie O. All right. So we are now going to do our relationships. So on slide 8, you'll see that there are a bunch of things going on. There's a bunch of questions. And so how this is going to work is we're going to go around in a circle. Let's start with, let's go ahead and start with C again. So Felix, go ahead and pick a question. Oh, actually, sorry. We're going to do everything as a group first. So on the left-hand side, you'll see that there are all these questions for the group. So the first question is, what after-school activity or club were you all in? And again, if you have issues like trying to come up with a club, or if you're, you know, all, if you all have like 4 different clubs that you want to join or something, you can roll from a table to determine what club you had.
Cool. So yeah, we could be in other clubs. This is the club that we were all in together, though.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes, you were all in. This is sort of like the glue that drew you together.
Only because of what we said, and only because I know it's a thing in parts of the UK, but I know mostly Scotland. Also, all of a sudden, I'm like, wait, I don't remember which countries are and aren't in the UK anymore. Like a historical reenactment society would, like, as something you kind of have to be in when you go to the school, would be very interesting.
I'm all about that. That is so
I love
funny.
it.
Nice.
Which
It's perfect.
yeah, Brian from Dungeons on a Dime and I have talked extensively about the historical reenactment that's at least Scottish youth are kind of all do in 6th grade for like different things, and it has always struck me as that is amazing, and it's also what led him into like LARPing and D&D, and so.
God, I didn't have that, but I wish I did. It would have got me into D&D so much faster.
Would you consider yourself to be LARPers, or is LARPing sort of like a, ooh, that's like, that's different from us?
I think they're probably, I mean, I love the idea of that there are very different feels. Like the people who get super into this are essentially LARPing, and the rest of us are like, yeah, it's my job to lay down on the field over here once I'm dead.
I think I don't call myself, so none of them call themselves a LARPer, but purely because they don't know what a LARP is. But I think they're definitely the one of the people who goes all in. Like they just go fully all out with the reenactments, like the dying scenes, they go all out with it as well. Not great at acting, they're kind of bad at it, but they go all out with it.
I think Felix,
Awesome.
similarly, like when you're in high school, right, is like, oh, well, I'm a performer, so I'm actually just going to do this like really well, but I'm not going to call myself a LARPer because that's embarrassing. But I am going to be the best one here at this, by the way. That's definitely their deal.
Yes.
Claire is absolutely just there so they don't get fined. Just absolutely like not a LARPer, not into any of it, but doing it because they gotta.
I think Tobias 100% enjoyed it more than he let on, and was totally at home with the people who were super into the LARPing part, but would never have considered himself a LARPer if you had asked him.
Nice. And the next question is, how did you learn about one another's supernatural abilities?
Ooh.
I mean, I love the idea of for Tobias at least, of like, I just roamed the halls of the school in astral form sometimes, and saw at least maybe one other person, maybe not everybody's, but at least one other person's using their powers, which I think would probably potentially, given the nature of everybody's powers. Because I think, for Claire, that wouldn't necessarily look like anything. For Felix, it'd be like, why is Felix always talking to people I can't see? I think Nanala's might make the most sense. Like, maybe I saw Nanala like moving something a couple of times. And the first couple of times I was like, no way. And then the last time I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think the one that finally but like fully clicked with you was when this happened to me all the time when I was in school as well. At my school, the football pitch was ridiculously close to like the wall that would like fence off obviously the school from everything else outside. So every so often someone would kick the ball over the fence, and someone would have to either call a teacher to go out and get it, or we would try and sneak over the fence to get it. And I think at some point he just used telekinesis. He was probably playing with himself. He wouldn't have done it like with a bunch of people, but he was probably like practicing some free kicks or penalty shots himself. Went over and just see him bring the ball up and over the fence and back down, and
Love
just
that.
casually went back to kicking it.
I like that. Yeah. And I guess I'll kind of offer up the same thing. I don't know, Felix, I don't know if you can see my astral form or not.
Ooh.
Like, is it
Yeah,
like
that's a
maybe
good
interacting
question.
on the same plane?
I think that's a fantastic idea. I love that.
Cool. Yeah, like you would see me like this weird ghost version of me just like wandering the hallways at weird times.
And I bet there was like the first time that happened, the next time that Felix saw you, they would have like freaked out and be like, I thought you were dead.
Oh shit.
And maybe like that's how,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
maybe, like,
Oh,
I
even-
thought you were like,
Did you report it?
Or-
Were you like so and so's dead? Were you like Tobias?
Yeah.
Tobias
Oh
is
my
dead?
god.
Absolutely. And I think they probably got in trouble for that. Like they got detention for falsely reporting that another student was dead. Definitely.
Yeah, I think that probably was like, I tried to be like, no, it's not a big deal. Like, tried to talk them out of it, but they were like, it was like, there's zero tolerance. This is not okay. We don't joke around about these type of things. Yeah, I love that.
How about Claire?
Claire for sure would just go around telling everyone that they can see the future, and they knew how they were going to do on the tests coming up. Just be like,
no secrecy about it. Just straight up.
I'm gonna do better than you on this test. I'm gonna study for it. I'm gonna be ready, and you're gonna get like a C, which is part
That's
of what made
awesome.
them the most annoying.
Oh god, yeah. And
That's
just
so
you just
great.
kept getting it right to a point where like, we probably figured out yours last. I feel like we probably like figured out everyone else has powers. We thought that you were just like good at guessing, and after we're like, wait, we all have powers. Do we think Claire might have? Because they seem to be right all the time about this kind of stuff.
Or did we even figure it out, or did you just walk up while we were having one of these conversations and be like, I knew y'all were going to be here talking about.
That's it. That's the one.
I like that one.
It's the most
Yeah.
like annoying way possible to interject yourself into that. Like, I'm not only a know-it-all, I'm a know-it-all who knows the future, and I knew you would be here talking about me.
That's perfect.
That's so good. So the next question is, why was it hard to sleep at night for some of you?
Ooh.
This whole academy is full of ghosts, and they are so noisy. There are so many of them. They are talking all the time.
We're on a historical battlefield.
Yeah, that's true,
Yes,
yeah.
like, oh my gosh.
we're at a historical battlefield. We met in a historical reenactment society, so we're probably getting ghosts critiquing our reenactments as well. we probably got like someone playing like a really famous soldier, and that soldier standing behind him like, I didn't hold my rifle like that. The form is all wrong here.
Felix
So good.
absolutely has like a ghost acting coach, like for sure.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
like for
That's why Felix is so good as well. Yeah, they have like the actual person teaching them.
I think that I think the evening is when I typically like it's the time that I like wander essentially. Like I will go out in astral form at night, and so I think it's more of a weird obsession than it is a like any sort of compulsion or I can't sleep. I just don't.
I like that. Yeah. I think for me, I think it's similar. Like I use my telekinesis just for the most menial tasks. Most of the time when I'm alone, but after all of you found out, more regularly with all of you. And I think a weird price is that whenever he overexerts himself or whenever he uses it just frequently, I think he ends up having like sleep paralysis kind of deal, almost like you've been moving things so much you have to pay back but not being able to move yourself kind of deal. So I think he has
That's
like sleep
cool.
paralysis quite a lot.
I like that a lot.
Or like very equal equivalent exchange kind of deal.
And what about Claire?
For Claire, it was just that they like it wasn't a supernatural thing. They were just constantly worried about how they were perceived by their peers, and needed badly to be liked, and were just constantly worried that that was not the case.
Oh no.
So just normal anxiety
Yeah.
instead of
Normal anxiety.
supernatural anxiety.
I'm a teenager and the world exists around me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's enough of a reason to be anxious, to be honest.
That's accurate. So the next question is, what mysterious event happened the year you graduated that still makes you wonder if it was real or not? And this is for you
I
as a
have-
group.
Well, as a
I
group,
have a
okay.
wild idea.
Hit it.
What if we all saw our own ghosts? Like there was a moment where we all saw our own ghosts doing something.
Oh, that would be kind of terrifying.
I
Yeah.
like that.
I love that.
I
Yeah.
think my question is like, because I think this narratively is very interesting. Like, did we see ourselves older,
Oh,
or did we see our ghost as if
Ghost.
we had died that day?
I think that day.
Okay.
That I'm into that. But I'm also open to seeing our ghosts
Could I-
older. Both are fun.
Can I throw just another detail into this? We saw all our ghosts, but kind of like the ghosts were in the kind of form we must have died at. So like if someone was stabbed, we saw our ghost with like a gaping wound in their chest, or we all had like different methods, but we all saw our ghosts in that state.
I love it.
Yes.
That is great.
Do-
I love it.
Do we have a way we think we avoided that, or we want to figure that out as we play?
Oh, like very. Yeah, I feel like we probably instinctively were like, oh, we got stabbed. I want to stay away from anywhere where their knives are. And we probably like, so I think I do like the idea that we tried our best to avoid it. Whether it was going to happen anyway, or like if it was just like an illusion, I guess we're still trying to figure that out. But I do like the idea that we did our best to avoid whatever it seemed like killed us.
We probably annoyed the ever-loving nightmare out of Claire asking about what our
Yeah.
futures
Yeah.
were all the time. Just
Yeah.
all the time.
Great. And when was the last time you all saw one another as a group? So this is post-graduation now. Or maybe not.
Felix is like a. What does Felix do? I remember you said like a performer, right? So did they act like
I think
Broadway or
I think they're actually a photographer now, like very avant-garde photographer.
Yeah.
Maybe like a gallery opening a year or two after school or something like that.
I love that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, like a gallery. Yeah, I like that.
Dan, what is Claire up to now again?
Claire's living back in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Just working in fashion.
Okay.
So 15 years is quite a long time. When was this gallery opening? Was this recent, or was it maybe closer to when you just graduated?
I think maybe only like a year or two after graduation. I like the idea that it's been a really long time since we've seen each other. Maybe it was like their first opening after graduation.
Ooh, that's good. All right. So we have all of our group questions done. Now we're going to move on to the right-hand side, which is basically all these questions are for each of you as individual alumni. And so I'm going to, let's start with Felix. So Felix, go ahead and choose one of these questions, and you can respond to that question by pointing it at another PC.
Ooh, there's so many good choices. Let's see. I'm gonna do the who do you still keep in contact with and why. I think that Felix still keeps in contact with Claire to occasionally like call them up and ask a really, really out of the blue question about one thing, and once you give them the answer, they hang up. I think that's like
so
like really like a really weird question, like is the green tea business local to London about to go out of business? And then when you either say yes or no, or what are you talking about, they hang up the phone right away. That's what's going on with Felix, I think.
Awesome. Claire, which one of these questions would you like to answer?
I'm going to go with who do you envy the most and why? And going to be that I envy Nanala because she's just so like effortlessly cool and interesting, and telekinesis is just so much cooler than seeing the future and having people call you up out of the blue to ask you one question and then hang up. So yeah, they're just envious of everything that Nanala has.
Oh, okay.
All right. Now, Nanala, go ahead and choose a question.
Oh. So you can't double up on questions, right?
No, you cannot, unfortunately.
Okay. I think I'm gonna throw in. I try not to speak to. Honestly, I think I try not to speak to Claire, because of it's a mixture of how open and like just nonchalant they were about revealing people's future, no matter how small it was. After he became like a stunt man, the last thing they wanted to know was anything about the future, because that within itself is really dangerous, and didn't need the anxiety of Claire potentially being like, hey, you might die in tomorrow's gig, because that would just haunt him. Or you might die in some gig soon. That would just haunt him forever, and he won't be able to function. So I think more for himself, they kind of try not to speak to Claire too much, just in case.
Great. And finally, Tobias, who do you resent the most and why?
I'm so tempted just to say Claire.
No.
I think it's going to be Claire or Felix for the most part. I'm just trying to think through what I think Claire actually kind of makes the most sense. I think I spend a lot of time trying to fake what Claire actually does. Like, I use my astral projection to find out about secrets and realities and other stuff like that, but I have to actually like exert effort, astrally travel to a place, be there, and absorb that information. Whereas Claire is able to just pick the future out of the ethos, and it makes me infuriated that it's so effortless.
That's awesome.
So it doesn't actually have to do with Claire. It's not that I dislike Claire.
No, it's bully
But I
Claire
love
hours
Claire.
now. We're bullying Claire.
Oh, poor Claire. All right, great. So that is it for all of our character and relationship and school creation. The next step, the next phase of the game is going to be actually playing the game. So do we want to take a quick break before we go ahead and move on, or do we want to?
I think that sounds great.
Keep
So let's take
Yeah.
a short 5-minute break. Let us have a chance to get up, stretch, move around, do all the things that we need to do before we come back and keep on playing. Right now, if you are just joining us, we are playing Deimos Academy, which goes live on Kickstarter later on this month. It is a horror game about going back to our creepy boarding school, playing paper dolls and highlighting memories. I am super excited to hop into playing, and we'll be back in just about 5 minutes to keep on playing. A couple short announcements while we are on break. We've got a few things coming up here on stream at +1EXP that I would love to draw your attention to. We've got an absolutely action-packed week of amazing games that we're playing. You can find the streams we've already done this week over on our YouTube channel by clicking the links down below. But coming up later on this week, tomorrow, we are playing a Troika game of Crapland 2, where the bizarre meets the banal. It is basically a suburban blase supernatural gonzo reality, and if that doesn't make any sense to you, it shouldn't, and you should come back tomorrow night and experience that with us during our actual play of that. Additionally, we also on Saturday have Yaziba's Bed and Breakfast that we're going to be playing with Jake Dragon from Possum Creek Games. It also launches later on this month. It is a kind of cozy slice of life RPG from about a witch who sold her heart and started a bed and breakfast and then made a whole bunch of new friends in spite of herself. You play as a set cast. It's another one of the games, along with Deimos Academy, that I am most excited about that's going to be funding this year. It's very, very good. I've got a chance to play it a few times, but we'll be playing 2 chapters on stream, so come on back for that. Additionally, we also on Sunday have Just a Car, which is a RPG of courtroom drama for 4 players, where we play as the judge, the stand, the defense, or the prosecution. It's great for simulating courtroom drama or comedy come back and check all those things out. Also, if you are a designer or somebody who loves design, especially in the narrative forward OSR or new SR or Sword Dream spaces, check out Together We Jam at ttrpg.link/twjam to see a bunch of amazing content that's coming out using the very modular, very simple Together We Go system. It's our house OSR system, but people are doing some tremendous things, turning it on its head and pushing it through its paces. Core rules are typically one sheet. Dungeons are also two. There's a bunch of other cool aspects that you can design or create that create anchors and the anti-canon realities of these games. And so go check out all that weirdness and goodness over at Together We Jam or ttrpg.link/twjam over on itch. We'll be back in just a few moments. Gorgor Sunday is a doubleheader in the sense of we'll be playing for about 2 hours, taking a break, and then playing for another 2 hours, just to kind of split it up into the setup act and then the actual courtroom drama act. So feel free to check all that out. Also, our Yaziba's Bread and Breakfast stream will actually technically be a two-parter. Also, we'll be playing a chapter, taking a break, coming back, playing another chapter. So you get a chance to experience a couple of those things. But we'll be back in just a few moments. My child just was like, hey, yeah, they can still see everybody downstairs because apparently when I got up, I hit the wrong transfer back. It's fine. Y'all didn't miss anything. We'll be back in just a second. And we are live again on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. We are playing Deimos Academy, and we are back at the gates of the horribly creepy, amazing, wonderful, who knows how we feel about it, boarding school that we all went to on the morning of our 15th anniversary of going there. Whatever, we're back. It's great. I'm very excited to play, yeah. Banana, what are we doing?
Awesome. So everyone is now at the gates of the school. Before you enter, you recall something strange about the school, something that scared you as a child. So beyond these gates, a manifestation of your fears is slowly forming, ready for your arrival. Go ahead and copy and paste your characters onto the next slide, which is slide 14.
Oh, copy and paste.
Yeah, and you could put them off to the side. And we're going to go through this in whichever order you feel is good. So you enter through the gates of your old school. Who do you think arrives first?
I think Nanala arrives first. Yeah.
All right.
First.
Go ahead and read the first bit of text.
Nanala arrives first. When you get there, you feel a chill in the air. The school looks empty and you don't see anyone around. Maybe folks are just busy setting up for the reunion. Describe how your character arrives. So I think my character drives up in a car. I think it's a very cheap car. I think he's a very, very much a minimalist when it comes to most things. Even if he can afford it, he'll probably just buy the bare minimum to fulfill the function and job it needs to be done. But despite being cheap, it's very well taken care of. And I think he parks it just off maybe honestly, I'd imagine there probably isn't much parking spaces nearby. So he probably parked it and then walked the rest of the way. So he has his a raincoat on and trudging through the kind of dreary weather of the UK. And yeah, probably looking around thinking he's on time. Why isn't anyone else also on time?
Awesome. So go ahead and shrink your character down to a size that can fit onto the slide, and just place them somewhere on the slide. Yeah.
Ooh. I'll place them here.
Slide's finicky. Who arrives next?
I think Claire arrives next.
All right. Go ahead and read that next bit of text.
Claire arrives next. The trees around you are dead, and you hear birds escaping from the area. What was the last text message you sent out before your phone lost signal? The text message was to their parents, saying, getting on the bus to head out in that direction. I'll let y'all know when I'm home safe. Be careful. And then an immediate follow-up to that of, I didn't mean anything by be careful. Everything's fine. I just generally.
Great. Go ahead and shrink your character down to a size that can fit onto the slide. Perfect. And who's the next person to arrive?
I think maybe Claire, if that's all right. Sorry, not Claire. You're Claire. I'm Felix.
Awesome.
Felix, I think, is the next person to arrive, if that's okay with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And this text says, the exterior of the school looks as grim as the day you left it. Moss crawls up the side of the stone walls. The brass sign looms over you. What makes you nervous about returning? I think Felix is rather nervous to return to the school because there are a lot of ghosts here. And I think they made some promises that they could not keep to those ghosts about coming back to help them out. things like that they never made good on in all these 15 years. So they're a little bit nervous about coming back kind of into the fray, so to speak.
Great. Go ahead and shrink your character down and move them over onto the slide. And finally, Tobias arrives last.
I think Tobias arrives via helicopter that immediately takes off after it drops him off. It's very ostentatious. It's very over the top. He looks annoyed at his phone as the signal dies out as he's crossing the football pitch up to the school. I noticed that the shrubbery is perfectly square, trimmed to perfection, and I noticed that the branches but some of the branches are dried out. What creeps you out about the school? I think what creeps me out most about the school is the number of I think it's a mix of the number of people who he's surprised are not here. This money doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot to him, but he would have thought that more people would have showed up to get a free payday. And but also to him that signifies a gap of people who are no longer with him, and he thinks back to that moment of falling through the air and hearing Reggie hit the ground next to him, and that just sends an ook up his spine.
Great. Go ahead and move Tobias onto the slide. As you look around, you realize that the gates to the school have closed behind you. Your Nokia phones have all lost signal. You're locked in. It's now 11:30 a.m. Choose a room to go to. So you have the English classroom, the science lab, or the art studio.
Are we moving as a group, or is this an independent action?
You're moving as a group.
I imagine our reenactment club was probably held in the English classroom. So that could be it. Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
Some music go to a place we're most familiar with.
Sounds good. Go ahead and copy and paste your characters onto slide 18. And move them over to the entrance, so the doorway at the very upper right-hand corner, right there. Yeah.
Oh, my clothes aren't moving with me.
Oh no!
I'll figure it out.
Should I move your?
No, I got it.
I can. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, mine aren't either. That was weird.
Oh, weird. It should do it when you
also.
When you shrink down on the slide 14. That's so weird.
Okay, it's working now.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Slides.
I
swear, in real life, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just so everybody watching, this isn't. This is a great way to play remotely, but there's actual paper dolls, there's actual classroom, there's actual stuff you'll be manipulating at the table as you go.
Yeah, we are going to be using Google Slides for anyone who wants to play remotely, but the actual version, we have a PDF and we also have the physical books. Yeah. All right, so you are at the English classroom. What was or were the names of your old English teachers?
Oh. I was about to dox my actual English teacher. Wasn't a fan of her, but that's
you could have, and none of us would have known. The names of your old English teachers. Mr. Smythe.
Smythe. Yeah, that's a good one.
I
think we had two. I think I had Mr. Smythe and probably Miss. God, my brain keeps going to actual teachers I had. Springfield. I don't know.
And what is a shared memory that you have here?
We said this is probably where it's Reenactment Society met, right? So.
Oh yeah, good point. Okay. So maybe
Um,
we could just put Reenactment Society meeting place. Okay, awesome. So you'll notice that there are 4 different items on this room. Go ahead and pick one and move your paper doll next to it.
Are you, Drac, are you next to the brass pen? Okay.
All right, great. Now, this is where the dice mechanics come in. So you see these items, and you're going to try and collect memories from them. On slide 16, you'll notice that there's a table with a bunch of rules on what happens when you roll at specific numbers. So if you roll a 5 to 6, you'll remember the thing. If you roll 3 to 4, then you kind of remember something, but like it's sort of fuzzy. And if you roll a 1 to 2, you don't remember anything. And if you roll a 5 to 6, basically you would look at the item and it tells you it reminds you of something. You get to color in the item in the room. In this version, you'll just be coloring the little bubbles next to it. And you'll get to take a memory card from the deck. For viewers at home, before the game started, all of us created a bunch of memory cards, and these memory cards are written in second person. So what would happen is when people draw from the memory deck, they would read it, and it would say something like, you stole a car, or you skipped school one day, or something like that. And you would act that out as a flashback with the other alumni. Or you could tell the other alumni about it as a form of flashback, sort of just being like, oh, remember that time this thing happened. If you roll a 3 to 4, you get to color the thing in the room, and that sort of hints at the fear, but it's not like visibly there. So it's like sort of like oh, I remember something, but it's sort of weird. And you would answer the question, what is strange about the space? Describe it either in character or as a player. Finally, if you roll a 1 to 2, then you don't remember anything, and you would rip up the top card of the memory deck without looking at it. And then you would put on a piece of the school uniform, which represents you being consumed by the school, and you would become basically get closer and closer to the school. So that's sort of like a traitor mechanic that we have there. You would also answer the question, who in this group bothers you? Confront them in character. And so the deck of cards that we have, we decided early on that we're not going to destroy any cards. What we're going to do instead is we're going to set aside any cards that do get quote unquote destroyed, so that way we can read through them later.
Cool. And if we want to use the automatic mechanic, does it matter when do we need to declare that before we roll?
Oh yes, you would have to basically, yes, you would have to declare it before you go ahead and roll.
Cool.
Am I sensing something here, Tony? Are you going to become consumed by the school?
No. I literally was just like, it seemed that way from the mechanics. I just wanted to 100% double check. Though if I turn evil by the end of this, I'm 100% on board with that too. So
awesome. And for those of you at home, that automatic roll is basically if you wanted to roll, if you wanted just like an automatic success of like 5 to 6, you would just take a piece of the uniform and proceed with the outcome under the 5 to 6 rule. One more thing, if you need some help with trying to figure out how to act out a scene or how to roleplay out a scene, on slide 17, we have a whole bunch of prompts that you can use. So that way, you know, if you're stuck with something, you can choose a prompt and ask another player, invite them into the scene with you. Okay. All right. So who wants to start?
I can.
Drac and I were just staring each other down.
We're like, no.
I am next to the brass pin, so I'm gonna roll. I got a 4.
All right, so you got a 4. This item looks strange. There's just something about it. So go ahead and color in that little bubble next to it. And you can color it whatever color you choose. Since your character is wearing a lot of green, I would suggest green, but you don't necessarily have to do that.
There we go.
Awesome. And this sort of hints at the fear that you have. And you're going to be answering the question, what is strange about the space? Describe it either in character or as a player.
This item I found, didn't we hide it because I don't remember like I don't remember this pin specifically, you know, like but I think it bothers me, and I get like the I get the sense I remember the teacher who used to, like Mr. Smythe, who hosted the Reenactment Society, like he would constantly go over and like tap on the window, and it used to drive me like absolutely nuts, and like it just always made me want to leave the room. And so like I pick it up, and I think I have like the abstract feeling of like the window being tapped on a bunch of times, and a desire to like just get out of the room, right? So I'm very hesitant to come in past this like kind of initial area or get anywhere near that window. I can't quite figure out why, but I know it really bothered me to be like when he would go over there. Is that right? Is that the right flavor?
That's great. Yes. Awesome.
Cool.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go. Oh, that is a 2.
Oof. Would you? All right, cool. Also, remember that you also have special abilities on your character sheet. And how those work basically is you can re-roll a die, or you can add 1 to 2, or sorry, 1. You can add +1 or -1 to your die roll. Say if you wanted to, like, be the baddie, then you can definitely do the -1. But if you wanted to, have a higher die roll, then you can add the 1. So how this works is basically you have a reroll if you want to use your supernatural ability, or you can have a +1 or -1 if you want to use your reputation in school.
I am going to add a +1 using my reputation of
Go ahead
of
and
being annoying.
nice. Go ahead and mark that box, and I've created some little boxes for you at the bottom of your slide, so that way you could just like click and drag it over one of the boxes.
Oh, perfect. Ka-chow. So that takes that to a 3.
Great. So at a 3, you can go ahead and color in the item in the room.
Yeah.
And you'll be answering the question, what is strange about this place? Describe it in either in character or as a player. And again, remember that there is that table on the next slide that you can use if you want to use like a prompt.
Y'all, I don't know if any of you have realized this, but taking a look at that blackboard, our names are written up there. What?
Still?
Why did I mean, I wasn't looking the whole. Did one of y'all do that? Because I wasn't looking the whole time.
No, I didn't.
No, I thought the chalkboard was empty when we came in here.
I mean, I've been over here the whole time. I didn't notice it till just now.
Well, that's I don't like that.
It's been 15 years since. Do you think they just haven't used this room since we left?
I can't imagine that they wouldn't be used. Oh,
I mean, we all RSVP'd, right? I mean,
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I did.
yeah, I definitely did.
Yeah, I mean, the invitation just said to arrive, and we're here now, so where is everyone else? Unless we're the only 4 people who RSVP'd.
I wouldn't be surprised if I'm going to be entirely honest.
Well, what? I mean, we got invited by what's their name? Oh no,
Reggie.
oh no, Reggie. We got invited by Reggie, so at least Reggie should be here to what? I don't know, give us our cash out.
I'll be honest. I was a bit surprised to hear from him after. After things ended between us the way they did. It's kind of it wasn't the most amicable of breakups, let's say.
That was I didn't even know that was actually real. I thought it was just like rumors that people were spreading.
Oh yeah, no, that was real. Yeah,
I assumed that everybody meant Reggie C. It was Reggie O.
Of course, it was Reggie O. You think I would settle for Reggie C? Are you kidding?
I mean, I liked Reggie C.
Reggie C. I wasn't really a fan of Reggie C.
It's fine. I know you didn't mean anything by it, but let's just focus on what's going on.
Who wants to roll next?
I'll roll next. Let's see. I rolled a 5. So
Nice.
looking
Huzzah!
item, I think. So color that item. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Color that in.
And the note, and I color it blue. Oh, that's not very visible. There you go, blue. And what do I do next? Take a memory card from the deck, act it out in a flashback.
So you go ahead and go on to slide 15. Oh yeah, go on to slide 15, and then you can choose a random memory. And in this case, go ahead and fill in the card color with like a different color, so that way you can see what the text is.
Yeah. I will go with this one here and fill it with that. Oh, you snuck off campus and got a tattoo. Okay.
Out of curiosity, Banana, did you shuffle these around?
I did not.
Okay, that's fine. I'm fine either way. I just was curious.
Maybe I should though.
Okay, so I have to act this out. So I think he's looking through the notes. The note, it's probably like a notebook, and he recognizes the handwriting on the front, and flips it over, and near the back pages, obviously he flips through some actual work, probably some English and essay stuff that someone had to write. And at the back of it, there are some drawings and sketches. And while staring at it, he kind of cocks his head to the side and goes, and then flips back to the front cover and sees that it belongs to Stacy. First name came to mind, Stacy. And just goes, wait, this is Stacy's book. Do you remember Stacy?
Stacy
right?
from maths.
Yeah, she's also like really good with the art and stuff. I had her draw. I got a tattoo and kind of like pulls his shirt down, and you see there's like I think it's a butterfly. I think it's like a butterfly with the wings have almost like, I don't know if does anyone know what Damascus metal is? Damascus steel. It kind of have like a really wavy kind of pattern along the wings, almost like it's made of Damascus steel. And it goes, yeah, I had this idea, and Stacey drew it up for me before I went. I snuck off campus to get it done. Honestly, could have done with a better tattoo and probably not so, there. But yeah, this is Stacey. This is her book, and I can tell purely because the sketch is almost identical to the draft she showed me. Are we sure
I
they haven't
think
used this room at all?
Felix comes over to like look at the drawing that was on the paper, and I think they like almost like hold it up to where you had been like showing us your tattoo. I think the pencil one is actually better.
Yeah, I went to a cheap artist.
I mean, maybe they pulled out a bunch of stuff that people left behind. Like maybe this is like the old Lost and Found from after grad.
I feel like in a reunion we're supposed to have things like champagne and strawberries and however much money they're going to be giving us, and not Stacy's old notebook.
Yeah.
And our names written on the chalkboard.
I mean, maybe they're setting up somewhere.
And we can definitely look around, kind of failing on the hospitality side of things that they didn't show us where they're hosting it, but I guess we can just take a look around. Walk down memory lane.
Guess we're having our own reunion then.
Yeah.
I am going to be real disappointed if there's not champagne and strawberries.
Honestly, now I will be too. I didn't think there would be champagne or strawberries, but now that you all brought it up and it seems like the normal thing, I too would be disappointed.
I mean, it sounds great.
Be the best thing this school ever gave us anyway.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Yeah, not wrong on that.
Felix, would you like to roll?
I would love to roll. Let's go. A 3. Okay. So that's our halfway point. I feel like maybe do a gold color. That'd be nice for
like
their
that.
belt buckle.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
And I think Felix kind of goes back to where they had been sitting, like in the corner of the desk that I think was like their seat when they were here, you know? And there's this like carving at the edge that I think like just after like 15 years kind of has like gotten worn down. And like, you know how when you like carve something into a desk, somebody else like colors in their pen and then colors in their like the pencil, and then it like gets deeper and deeper and you have no idea what it was supposed to be originally. They kind of just like let their hand like run over the grooves in the desk. Do you... What was that last play that we were supposed to be doing here? I remember being in here and being so mad at the casting choice, but I don't actually remember what, I guess like what reenactment was supposed to be going on anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, it was always weird that they started with the big battle and then like went to all the smaller skirmishes.
Yeah.
And we, for some reason, we didn't even end up doing this one because of, I don't remember why. I feel like there was something about the location that they weren't happy with, or we all got so mad about the casting. I can't really remember.
I thought it was weather. Was it not? Did it not rain
think
more
it-
than normal?
No, I think you're right. The
Yeah.
ground got all muddy, and they wouldn't let us go out onto the pitch.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that because football practice was cancelled for at least a couple of days after that. Yeah, I think that was it.
You know, I remember Stacy when we had painting class together said that there were bones coming up out of the field, and that's why they wouldn't let us practice on it.
Oh, God, I mean, That doesn't
That
surprise
must have
me.
been like a rumor, though, eh?
I mean, yeah, but we all heard about like why people are upset about the school being here in the first place, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you got to think like those bones would either be in museums by this point or
I mean, yeah.
on display.
The
Like,
football team would have tripped over them once anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I remember anyone. I mean, no, that was just a really bad tackle. No. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone tripped over any bones. Hmm.
All right. So it looks like everyone has rolled and everything has gotten colored in. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move to the next room. But before we do that, one of you is going to see a fear happen here. So whoever wants to have their fear appear in this room, go ahead and let me know.
Don't know how mine can.
And the fear is meant to be subtle, and it's going to happen at any one of the items that have been colored in. So basically, it's just like, for example, if it's a fear of like dolls or something, maybe you see a doll hand creep up from next to the old notebook, or something like that.
I mean, if nobody else has an immediate one, I can do it. Cool. Like I think as we kind of like turn around, I turn around and for I see that tapping, and then all of a sudden I jump towards Nanala, because I see the like door, like the window behind them like cracking, and for a second it looks like they're about to pitch out and fall over
Okay.
the edge of the window, and like I jump over and I like grab your arm, and everything's totally normal after that.
Well, is everything okay? Are you good?
Yeah,
Tobias, what's wrong?
let's we should get away from the window. Like this place is old. This room was never that safe. I think we should go.
Okay, yeah. Sure. Where should we head to next?
That's an excellent
so
question.
in the in the real life version, you would draw the fear in the coloring book.
Okay.
What you could do is you could maybe make some shapes and just like drop it wherever if you like, but you don't have to. And also based on what you've colored in, that determines where we will go next. So because all of the items have been colored in, you get the choice between the chapel, the science lab, or the music room.
I mean, they probably prepared for a decent amount of people to show up. Probably the chapel is big enough for most of
That's
the year.
probably where we should have gone in the first place.
Yeah,
That makes
honestly.
sense.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and copy and paste your characters over at slide 22, and you're going to be starting at the entrance. All
To
right,
me,
so the
this
first
place has gotten
question.
creepier and creepier.
Where were we going? I'm sorry.
Oh, slide 22.
22.
No, it's definitely gotten creepier as the time's gone on. It's weird. It's a lot more echoey than I
It's-
remembered.
Yeah.
Really, really quiet. I remember it being a lot louder in here.
I was gonna say that's
Yeah.
because no one's here, but knowing what you can hear, that's kind of weird, honestly.
No one else is here either.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
I think like I I kind of immediately start walking up towards the stage, like kind of almost disconnected from the conversation. And like round about like the pulpit, and like kind of grab the edges of it as if I'm anticipating addressing a crowd.
Oh, okay.
What was the name of the priest that used to address the crowd? Or that are you like pretending to be like them right now?
No, I think I do a lot. I mean, like I said, I'm more of kind of a spiritual guru, self-help
Oh, right.
person.
Oh,
So
yeah.
like this is 100%
Uh,
like my vibe of space. So this is not about me as a child. This is about like what I'm most comfortable with. And
No,
like I
yeah.
think I actually always wanted to be up here, but wasn't able to. So this is me basically taking an adult, something that's very normal as an adult, but as a teenager seemed very taboo. Like so I'm violating a space that in my mind is important. Whoop.
Oh, okay.
Signed out of my account. Weird. Sign in.
Oh.
There we go. All right.
So what is the name of the priest, or was the name of the priest?
What about something like Father Down? That's the first thing that came to my
let's
mind.
go.
Yep.
I like that. Farther down.
And I think Felix, even like as Tobias goes up to stand behind the pulpit, they kind of like cross their arms and smirk a little. Who do you think you are, Father Downs? I think you have another 200 years before you get to look as old as he did.
You know, I think that I could probably do a little bit better of a job than him, you know, with his sermon, but
Oh,
you know.
I'm not a religious man, but that kind of, is that blasphemy? Is that blasphemy? Does it count as blasphemy, or?
It might count as blasphemy, but the guy was so old it should be illegal. So I think that was probably blasphemy anyway.
I used to just sat at the back and just I think as he points to the back, he just sees a bag of cocaine. Like, no fucking way. They have No, this is blasphemy. This has to be a sin. This is cocaine. This is straight up cocaine.
I think that there's like wine and the wafers, right? I don't remember cocaine being any part of this.
Me neither.
Unless something has changed since the last time we were all here.
I'm pretty sure Judas would have been way more on board if there was cocaine involved.
I mean, you know, it depends on what kind of existential experience you're really looking for. But yeah, I would agree.
So we have one more question here, which is, what is a shared memory that you have here?
Oh.
Claire, do you think you were a fan of coming to chapel?
Oh, definitely not. I made it seem like I was into it because I felt like people like religious people, so it'd be, you know, it'd be a great way to get in good with everyone, but it never appealed to me and never really spoke to me at all.
What do y'all think was a shared memory?
I think it would almost be kind of like cute and sweet if there's a shared memory of all of us, like the four of us sitting in the back row, and the like Claire, Felix, and like asleep in the back while Tobias like kind of watched rather enrapturedly, you know, like we had all like just totally like passed out together because we don't sleep well, but maybe in here for that like one day we like all kind of fell asleep in the back together.
I like that.
Awesome. So it looks like everyone also has their items in mind. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Yeah, go for it. So I
Find
moved
out
the
what you remember
tables.
about this cocaine.
I moved the tables above this this one room, and just a quick reminder: we are avoiding over intoxication. So that's just a thing that to keep in mind.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that is a 2. I I'll use my jock. I can play a +1 with my reputation. I'll use my reputation of being a jock in high school to add a +1 to this. Yeah, and I'll go go with a 3 instead. There you go.
Nice. And
Okay.
just a quick reminder is if all of your abilities, all the checkboxes have been filled in, you will still get a piece of the uniform.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna use it sparingly. This item looks strange. There's just something about it. So I think the fact that there's cocaine in a chapel is strange enough, and he's kind of just like staring down at it. I think. Okay, so I'm gonna have to admit this. This is not the first time I've seen cocaine here. Yeah, some people. So usually the chapel is only used like once a week. So sometimes with the other football players, we kind of just sneak in and hang out here. It's weird that this bag is here because they kind of cracked down on. Do you remember when they started locking up the chapel after just all of a sudden after a week? That was because we kind of got caught. So the fact that it's still here, or because this is clearly our bag. I think he'll point at like.
What did you put your name on it?
I didn't, but Reggie did. He'll point at the initials RO. I think could be. I think it's Reggie O. But yeah, it's the fact that it looks in good condition. Not that I would know what good condition looks like. I didn't partake in any of it. I was clean as a whistle. I promise you that. But this is strange, right? This is weird.
It is kind of weird that little things from us specifically seem to keep coming back around.
Yeah.
Like I said, champagne and strawberries, not cocaine in your old tattoos.
Yeah, it's a different kind of party. Yeah. I think he's kind of like slowly backing away from it, but can't take his eyes off it. Have you found any son of anyone else, or still on a scavenger hunt for these wherever this is meant to be taking place?
I can roll next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Awesome. Let's go with a 2.
Oh no.
On this carved writing. But I think I would actually love to use my let's see. My medium ability, maybe? Here. I'll do that. We'll start there, I think. So I'll re-roll that to see how I do, if I do any better. Okay, I did do better. That was a 3. So I think Felix is kind of like, again, for the second time, they're kind of like looking at these like carved writing. Like there was one in the last room and there's one in this room too. And they're like looking at it on the back bench, like underneath. I've never been in a chapel actually. So like on the, what are they called? Pulpits? The pews.
Pew, yeah.
Yeah.
I went to a Catholic school, so I know it is very well.
On one of the pews, like on the back, and I think they like almost know where it is, but because like it doesn't feel like anyone's there, but like there's a voice like reminding them where it used to be, like like, and the name is really blurry, like was here, was here, was here, was here. And Felix kind of like looks at that and almost like gets lost in it. Do you remember who was here? I mean, do you remember what does this name say? Who
I'll come over and just kind of look over.
the initials DA?
DA. DA. Damien?
DA was here.
Damien? I can't read it honestly, but the handwriting is terrible, so I'm kind of thinking it was probably Damien.
Maybe.
Like I'm like counting, like I'm like naming like where people sat, and it's like, you know, us in the back row. That it's like Reggie C, Reggie B, Reggie D, Stacy. And I get to that spot, and I'm like, maybe Damien, maybe Dominic.
I think it might have been Dominic.
I thought Dominic didn't go to chapel.
Maybe just for assembly, like not.
It's like someone was trying to tell me that they were here. But they're not here enough. You know? A ghost's ghost, I guess.
Maybe. Wait. Didn't someone go missing? God, what was their name?
Diana.
Diana
Diana.
just kind of went up and disappeared.
She's a few years above us, right?
I
Before
thought
we
she
enrolled?
I thought she just transferred out.
I heard that she got expelled, and I'm pretty sure after speaking to Dominic, now that I think about it, Dominic just hadn't heard from her all of a sudden, and they were pretty close.
Everyone thought they were going to be prom king and queen.
Yeah.
Diana was here. Huh.
Awesome. So go ahead and color that that item in, and then who wants to go next?
And I go, oh, check it out, and I pull out a flask from underneath the pulpit.
No way. Something tells me that
maybe
it holds a bit more than just the wine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know if y'all remember, like everybody always talked about like how Father Downs would like fall asleep in the middle of mass sometimes, like
And he would cover up like he's going into like prayer or something.
Yeah. Like long pauses sometimes. And we always used to joke about the fact that he was drunk, and like usually there's like he would bring a flask of wine in with him, but I know I saw this flask, like he had two flasks like all the time, one for the wine and one for something else, and I think this was it. So I rolled a 4. I'm gonna use my charming reputation. Click off.
Awesome.
Yeah, one time he had us like he let me help him set up for mass a couple times, and that's when I saw this.
Cool. So go ahead and mark your reputation, and on slide 19, choose a random memory.
Slide 19. Do. Your friends organized a surprise birthday party for you. I was actually, do y'all remember that birthday party y'all threw for me?
Oh, fuck yeah.
The,
That was
the one
wild.
where I set up a photo booth and took pictures of all of you.
I actually still have one of those pictures stuck up my wall at home.
It's so bad, Nanala. Please take it down for my sake.
It's sentimental.
It's the worst portrait I've ever taken in my life, I think.
Yeah, like, so I don't know if y'all remember how wild things got. That's because I had gotten the bourbon out of this flask after mass and dropped it in the punch.
So we drank holy bourbon?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a spirited time, one way or the other.
Oh,
That was terrible.
Tobias.
That was awful.
I think that was a sin, personally. Just
Yeah.
what you did, just there. That.
Who, me?
The pun, not
Who,
the
me?
drinking.
Who, me?
Yeah, not the drinking.
No, do y'all like people got in so much trouble the next day because they couldn't get out of bed.
Yeah.
I remember that part. I remember the next day part. I don't remember much of the the
Yeah,
evening.
I remember not remembering.
Do y'all remember like was it out by the old farmhouse?
Yeah, that was the only place we could really get us around without teachers constantly patrolling. Yeah.
Oh man, that was such a good birthday. Like, I haven't thought about that in years, but that was like probably one of my favorite birthdays growing up.
It was a good time.
I definitely turned to Felix and go, see, sentimental.
I still maintain, just because you can't remember how bad the photos looked, it doesn't mean that I did. I had to spend time in the dark room with those and all that. It was
Fine. I'll take it down and just keep in my wallet instead.
yeah.
Go ahead and color device. And now we are on to Claire.
That's a 1.
Nice.
No.
Claire is not doing well. The dice are also here to bully Claire. It seems.
Yeah.
Poor Claire. Did you want to re-roll? Do you want to take a piece of the uniform?
I'll take a piece of the uniform.
Okay, cool. So before you do that, go ahead and go into slide 19 and remove a card.
Yeah, let's get an F in chat for Claire and for that memory that we'll no longer have now.
All right. And
You could just take it off the slide,
Okay,
so that way it gets removed.
there we go.
Awesome. And go on to your own slide. So that's slide 9. Copy and paste a piece of the uniform. So you can have like the skirt, or you could have the blazer. Either one. And then you can copy and paste it onto your character at the chapel on slide 22. And as you're moving that on,
It's so adorable right now.
It was just so big. Pulling a David Byrne.
as you're doing that, who in the group bothers you? Confront them in character, and you can go through the questions that you have on slide 21 to use that as prompts.
So, Nanala, you're telling me that you and the whole football team, but most importantly, my Reggio
Oh, yeah.
would just have these irresponsible parties. Just you've had
feel like
experience with cocaine. That's and you didn't. It seems, rude to not let me know.
I didn't want to get involved. If he wanted to tell you that was kind of like his thing, I didn't want to snitch on. I think this is more of an issue between you and Reggie.
I think maybe it's an issue between all of us now.
Oh,
That's clearly not an okay thing to do. Which, if you weren't doing it, which I'm not sure if I trust you on that, but if you weren't doing it, you knew it wasn't okay to do, and yet you let him make these decisions that have now had a serious impact on his life.
Okay, I do admit doing cocaine is wrong. It can seriously have some serious side effects, but I was just a teen. We just did something that we thought was cool. I will be honest, I'll admit it. I tried it once and it just wasn't for me, and that's the only reason why I didn't do it again. Reggie seemed down and into it, and as far as I was concerned at the time, he can make his own decisions. Now, of course, I regret it, but yeah.
Listen, Claire, Nanala didn't do anything wrong. Just because you and Reggie broke up, it's not Nanala's fault, and it's certainly not this whole thing's fault.
I guess. It's just frustrating.
No, I understand that. I am sorry that I didn't stop him, at the very least.
I appreciate that.
All right. Are we ready to move on to our fear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we already had Tobias's fear. Who wants to have their fear pop up here?
I'd be down, but I literally cannot think of how heights could like manifest right now. I mean, I'm
It
open.
could-
I'll throw my fear heights onto the table, and if people can definitely help me out figure out how that would manifest, because I have no clue.
So a lot of times chapels, churches are like, especially traditional architecture, have the same kind of pitching as like an upside down ship, like in the arches, and they are oftentimes vertigo inducing, like without a doubt. And so it is not uncommon for, especially if there's a very high ceiling in a church, for you to look up and all of a sudden feel like you are about to be falling down, or have a sensation of getting like flipped over a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point. You just
and
unlocked
so-
the memory, actually. Yeah. You unlocked a memory within Drac. Yeah.
Character bleed there. So like having all of a sudden a sense of like falling upwards could 100% be a trigger.
Yeah. I think I'll go with that. Yeah, I think after interaction with Claire, he's kind of like looking back at the bag of cocaine and kind of shakes his head before looking up. Just out of like, I guess, habits, just kind of like taking a look around this now fairly unfamiliar because of just time and how memory fades. Surroundings, kind of looks up and immediately suddenly like grips the pew in front of him And I think you even see like the window beside him shatter as he instinctively tries to reach out to grab anything and everything to buffet his fall as he feels like he's about to start falling. And I think the shattering of the glass is what kind of snaps him out of it, and kind of looks around and goes, "Oh, sorry about
Whoa,
that.
Nanala, are you good?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm good. Just felt a bit sick, I guess. Kind of like stares at the window. That happens
Y-
sometimes when I'm sick. We should leave. We should go.
You sure you didn't get any of that 15-year-old powder in your nose? You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm okay. But honestly, I probably should step away. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure how drugs would mix with what I can do. It takes much further, bigger steps away and towards the door.
Right. So you have the option of drawing that out. You don't have to, obviously. And we now have 3 choices because 3 of these items have been colored in. We have 3 choices of where we can go. So the next one is the teacher's apartment, the girl's house, or the boy's house. Before we do that, before we choose, do we want to take a quick break? Are we good with keeping?
I'm fine, but I'm also 100% happy to fill up my coffee cup again. So like, I'm good either way.
I'm personally good. I'm good either way as well.
Yep,
All right,
I'm good.
cool. Let's keep going then. All right. So
we
where
gotta-
do we want to go
Yeah.
next?
see-
And just a
Well,
quick heads
there
up.
are obviously no. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. I was just going to say, quick heads up. We have 2 more rooms after this before the final maze room.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, narratively, I think the teacher's apartment is actually the most like if we're like no one's around, like we don't know where anybody is. Teacher's apartment, I think, feels like the most reasonable place.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
I
say the
think
same
so.
exact thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, great. So the teacher's apartment is the slide underneath. I'm going to be moving all of these slides down so that you have easy access to them. Go ahead and copy and paste your characters over to slide 23 whenever you're ready, Drek, because I know you're still, you're probably drawing something right now.
Yeah. Give me a sec. There we go.
Oh, yes. Do you remember to group your character with your uniform when you move them? All right. So what was the name of your teacher who lived here?
Maybe this is Miss Springfield's house from the English department.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Springfield. And why are you here? Or actually, sorry, let's answer the question. What is a shared memory that you have here first?
I think that we had like a towards the end of the year like group study session here, like to review things and like get some personal assistance from Miss Springfield on it.
And we touched briefly on why you're here previously in the other room, but why are you? Is there another reason for you being here?
Maybe she's like the only or one of the only teachers that would, number one, probably recognize us still, and number two, like still works here actively as far as
Yeah.
we
I like that.
can tell, maybe.
Nice. All right, great. Go ahead and choose an item and move towards it.
Oh. All right, I'll drink alcohol again.
And from here, go ahead and whoever wants to go first, you can start and roll the dice.
I'll go first. 6. So
Nice.
I get to uncover another memory. Just make sure I'm doing this now. Item in the room. Take a memory. Okay. I'm gonna go with this one. Just thinking. Oh, I wasn't allowed to go home. Interesting. Okay, so you weren't allowed to go home by the teachers. I'm assuming this is during the holidays. And I think do you remember okay, Miss Springfield was, I guess, cool and all, but I feel like she had a vendetta against me specifically. Because my grades weren't great.
Why?
Like, you remember when I said that I couldn't, I wasn't going to be going home for the holidays? I ended up staying here in school over the summer. Apparently, my grades weren't good enough, and she wanted to make sure that I was studying during the summer. So I was stuck here. Every morning I had to come, and she would tutor me. Honestly, didn't help much. I went up 1 grade, and it wasn't great anyway.
You call it a vendetta. I thought it was a crush.
Okay, Miss Springfield, no, thank you. I hope it was a vendetta now. I would greatly prefer that. Miss Springfield, she hated me. She definitely hated my guts.
I mean, whatever you say.
What makes you think that she had a crush on me? She picked on me every chance she got during class, singled me out whenever she could.
Sounds like a lot of attention.
Not the good kind. If anything, I think she had a crush on you. You always got the best grades out of all of us here. You didn't barely need to work hard for them.
I mean, there's different types of work.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure, and he kind of holds up the diary. Pretty sure if I read this, it'll just be so many scathing words about me and how I was not putting enough effort during class or constantly speaking and talking while she was trying to teach the lesson. I mean, it's not my fault her lessons are boring. He just tosses the diary down.
So go ahead and color in the diary. Who wants to go next?
I could go.
Go ahead.
No. All right. Let's see. I'm at the knife. That's exciting. Oh, 2. That's not as exciting as the other. Do I wanna? Let's see. I kind of feel like it would be fun to take it because I love to cause problems.
It's fun.
I do love to cause problems. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just take the mess. Okay,
Awesome.
so this item doesn't make me think of anything, but something about the group is bothering me. I think Felix goes over to the kitchen, and there's this knife out on the counter that I think they just kind of put up so that it's tipped on the sharp side, they're just kind of tipping it back and forth. You all were all so rude to Miss Springfield for no reason. She was just trying to help us out. All of us. She cared about the historical reenactments and stuff, and she's the only person who ever listened to me when I had notes about what they were all telling me, and you all just thought I was weird.
Okay.
At least she listened.
I mean, to be fair, you were oddly invested in the reenactment society.
Well,
I
you would be
understood it
too.
after. Oh,
You would be too if you had ghosts constantly chattering in your ear about how that is not how you pronounce bayonet. It's so annoying.
hey, you wanna
Oh,
put
yes. Sorry, I don't know when I picked that up.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm sorry about that. I definitely ended up figuring out why you enjoyed it so much later on. But I apologize. It was kind of unfair of me to pick on you for that. But I do stand by treating Miss Springfield how I did. She bullied me, so it was only fair that I retaliated.
I mean, I wasn't trying to be rude. I just felt like speaking my mind. And sometimes maybe that came across as a little harsh. Sometimes a little bit of criticism can sound rude, but it's not meant that way when it's being delivered from a good place. So
Yeah, Claire, you're always speaking your mind. There's nothing new about that.
right. So I also don't feel like I need to apologize for my actions.
I mean, I like
Boy.
Mrs. Springfield and I like the historical reactions. Other than her being over invested in Nanala, I didn't have any issues with her.
It was vendetta, but okay. Potato, potato.
And I
Alright.
think Felix just kind of goes back to like kind of like tipping the knife back and forth, like kind of like absently staring into the middle distance.
Awesome. So go ahead and take a piece of uniform from your character sheet and copy and paste that over your character, and remember to group them together. And you also get to remove a card from the memory deck. So on slide 20, there's a whole bunch of memories remaining. Feel free to just move it off to the side. And then whoever wants to go next, go ahead.
I'll go next, and I'm going to take a piece of uniform and automatically get a 5 or 6.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Oh boy.
It's happening. So you get to take a memory too.
I'll come back and resize the pants in a moment.
Nice.
This is just as if I had rolled a 5 or 6. So the item reminds me of something. Color in the item in the room. Take the memory card from the deck. Acted as a flashback. Or tell the other alumni members about it. All right. Your first crush totally rejected you. Let me color that real quick. Who was my first crush? Anybody have any pitches so far on who the first crush was?
Oh,
Is it someone in this room?
I'm totally okay with that. I just want to know. That's more the reason I'm opening it up, I think, than anything else. Do we want?
I'm definitely
be
okay with that as well.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Let's. I think like with a flashback is like freshman year, like we're all arriving, and it's the first time I see Claire. So none of us know each other's personalities yet or foibles. And I see Claire like getting out of, getting unpacked. And I am just super like everything else kind of fades away. And I think I come up and I offer to start helping you unpack and get moved into your room.
Oh, thank you so much. I got this. I'm fine with this. I've got personal things.
Yeah,
that
no, I
need
was
to-
just thinking
so,
I could help if you need here. I'm, we're both new. I just figured, if you need somebody to study with,
okay, I'll keep that in mind. Do you have a name?
my name's Tobias. What's your name?
My name's Claire.
So yeah, I was just thinking, if you wanna hang out sometime, if you like study together, catch a meal together, I'd love to get to know you.
Okay, that just seems like a lot for having just literally met like 5 seconds ago.
Look, I don't know if it would be of any interest to you. And then I pull out a bottle of that bottle of liquor. And I'm like, we go out and,
no, I'm gonna have to pass. Thank you. But that's wow. It's still early enough in the day.
oh no, I just meant for another time. You know what? I'm sure we'll
I
get to
need
know
to
each other better
unpack.
through classes. We can talk about this another time.
Yeah. Also, I'm probably moving to a different room, so don't come looking for me here.
Okay.
All right. Bye now.
Oh no.
That
was
was
so
brutal. That was brutal. Oh my god. The bye now really did it for me. Bye now. Oof. Ouch.
Wow. Well, you get to color in that item at least.
I remember it well. It's burned into my memory.
Claire, did you want to go next?
Indeed. That's a 6.
Oh, that's
Hell
great.
yeah.
Awesome. So on a 6, go ahead and take another memory card from the deck.
All right. Let's go with this one. Oh, you won top prize at the talent show.
We never heard the end of this one.
It was the worst day for all of us.
Just one of the most shining moments. Do y'all remember back in what was it? 80 when we had that talent show? Do y'all remember
Oh
the talent
no,
show?
not this
Oh,
again.
God. Yeah, we remember.
Claire, I haven't thought about this in 15 years, and
I've
I'd
thought
rather
about
not
it every day for 15 years. It remains one of my crowning achievements in a school full of talented kids that I was able to go out there and I was able to put on a great song and dance number.
You used your powers to figure out what the judge's favorite song was. It was cheating, Claire. We all know that it was cheating.
I don't think cheating's the right thing to say. I leveraged my abilities to do a little bit of research, that's all. And also, it just happens that I really was prepared already to do Corner of the Sky from Pippin. And it just worked out well. And again, it was one of my most proud moments. And I hope you don't try and take that away from me, because I sang my butt off.
Okay, I will be the first to say it was an incredible show. You deserve
you.
to win.
Thank you.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Felix and Tobias, I think our problem is you told that story over and over again
for 4 years.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it was the first time a freshman had won in the school history, but like for 4 years.
Yeah, well, it's a big thing.
Does the teacher's note have anything to say about the talent show?
Yes, there's a note here from that night where Miss Springfield particularly says that she's excited to see my potential. And I think that there's a reason that has been underlined and put in quotations. She's excited to see my potential.
Yeah.
Because she knew that I would go places.
And how is your singing career coming?
Okay, going places. I've never been. I haven't. I'm not trying to be a singer.
You know, maybe we should go, actually.
Yeah,
I think we should probably go as soon as possible.
Yeah.
No champagne or strawberries or other students here, so time to move along, I guess, right? We should
we've
all
got this. I'm handing the flask around to anyone who wants it.
You know,
I think maybe we should not. I think.
What?
I'm good.
There's just a lot of questionable things going on, and I think we should all stay a sound mind.
I think it's fine.
All right. So go ahead and color in that teacher's note. And who wants to add their fear to this room?
I will.
Oh. All right.
As I am putting the note back down, I look out the window and see very, very briefly before he darts away a tall man wearing the skull of a deer.
Oh.
What is your fear again, Dan?
Person in a mask.
Oh my gosh. Excellent.
And like
Awesome.
I see him and then he runs. I also scream very loudly. I'm not gonna do that.
Oh,
but
you good? What happened? Ow.
Claire, this is not. We don't need to hear about your singing career.
No, that's not. There was a man outside the window just now.
Okay,
good.
that's
somebody
good news.
else.
Yeah.
No, he was wearing a skull.
I mean, look, I'm if you've already been drinking and just don't want any more, that's fine.
I mean, it is Halloween, Claire. It's Halloween.
Yeah, but it was like it was creep. It was not in a fun Halloween. Let's dress up and be fun thing. It was creepy.
I mean, that's what a lot of people do on Halloween. Not everybody does the cutesy part of Halloween.
Yeah.
Right, but we've already seen some creepy things going on here today, so like I'm unnerved.
That is
all right, Claire, listen. And Felix picks up the kitchen knife. I don't know if I'm technically allowed to take items, but Felix picks up the kitchen knife. We'll take this with us, okay? No big deal. It'll be fine.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can get on board with that. Thank you.
Let's go see if we can find them, eh?
Yeah.
So we have one more room to go to for the final room. And so we have our options: the nurse's office, the dining hall, or the boys' house.
I think the dining hall makes sense for us to go to
feels
next.
like if we're
Yeah.
if we're on the whole like where is everybody thing, you know, that's the last place champagne and strawberries might be.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and copy and paste your characters over to slide 24. So first question, what is a shared memory that you have here?
We have to have started a food fight.
I was just
I was
about
gonna
to
say
say
food
that.
fight. I was like, this has to be food fight.
I
What is
think
different? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think like it probably started with like I think it was like a very accidental thing at first, and then I think all of us were like, this is the perfect opportunity to just keep escalating it. So it's probably like
Do you think it? Do you think it was because we were like practicing our reenactment and then like some food got involved, like with
Yes.
whatever kind of like battle reenactment we were doing, and then it just dissolved into an actual food fight?
As not into it as anybody is, by the end of the year, like the side, I think like I love the idea of like sides have been drawn, and like you've spent a lot of time with your reenactment crew pretending to be aggressive against the other ones, and it just it spills over. Like it's not an uncommon thing once a year for the food fight to break out in the upper class, as temperatures kind of boil over.
Yeah.
Awesome. What is different about the dining hall?
Oh.
Sorry, this just came right into my brain. The headmaster is not in their portrait. It's like the background is there, but it's like the headmaster has stepped out of their portrait and is not there
Oh my
anymore.
god.
But the
Wait,
frame and the background is still
Oh.
on the wall.
100%. I was like, something weird about the headmaster's portrait.
Yes,
That is
I
creepy,
love
I love
that.
it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Go ahead and go towards your items. All right. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Hit it.
Go ahead.
That's a 5.
Awesome. So you get a memory.
All right. Something almost sucked you into the abyss in the chapel? What? Wild. I love it.
Damn. The power of Christ compels you.
How does this orange tray remind you of that?
That's what I want to know.
All right, I don't think I ever told any of y'all this, but there was one time, I don't know if it was a dream when I was sleeping during the services or whatever, but we were in the chapel, and I could have sworn that I felt something wrap around my leg. And I looked down, and it was this bright orange tentacle vine thing. And I could feel it pulling me. I don't know where it was coming from. I don't know where it was pulling me to, but I could just feel it trying to pull me somewhere. And I remember I grabbed onto the pew in front of me, and I held on and just pulled my foot up and felt it pull free, and I looked down and I couldn't see it anymore. I couldn't figure out again where it came from or anything like that, but it was just the same color as this awful orange tray. And I felt like maybe it was time to share that.
God,
Thank you.
that sounds
You're
terrifying.
welcome.
Is that why you always took your lunches in a brown paper bag instead of eating them off the lunch trays?
That is absolutely it.
Oh,
These trays make me very uncomfortable now.
I mean, fair.
Yeah. I mean, that seems like a good reason to avoid them.
Hey,
Thank
her
you.
trauma kind of appears in different ways. I'm definitely not going to judge. I think we all have our own.
Yeah.
Yeah, the school tried to eat all of us in some more literal ways than others, huh?
I
Yeah.
guess. Thank y'all for believing me and not just assuming it was a dream or something. I don't know.
Hey, I have telekinesis. Tobias can astral travel, and Felix can speak to spirits. I kind of think tentacle dragging you to an unknown space is kind of within the same realms.
Yeah, I also feel like for you, even if it was a dream, like that question of is this a dream now, or is it like when we saw the ghosts? You know,
Yeah.
like living with that possibility just seems like a lot.
Yeah. That's a good point.
All right, go ahead and color in that orange tray. And who wants to go next?
I'll go next. I rolled. I'm going to. I have one more left. I rolled a 2. I'm going to use. I think I have reputation left. I want to use my reputation to bump that up to a 3.
Go for it.
That's my reputation all used up. So yeah, a 3 means that doesn't look strange. It's just something about it, which is perfect after what C said. Kenneth looks up at the painting, kind of stares for a moment, just goes, "Hey, did it change the painting here? The headmaster used to be in this painting, right?"
I mean, I never really paid much attention, but I mean, it had to be. Like,
Why would
They wouldn't. It's not even abstract art. It's just an empty painting. It's just the background, right?
do you think they're like redoing it? Is there a new headmaster?
If they were redoing it, why would they leave it here
Yeah.
partially unpainted? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Right, but neither does a partially unpainted painting hanging here.
I mean,
mean,
but
do you think it's like a lesson, like always leave an empty chair for the headmaster?
maybe.
I mean, it's hard to paint over stuff. And I think Felix goes over and maybe starts to like scratch at the paint where the person should be. And listen, I love to have fun and cause problems. I think like maybe as they're scratching it a little bit, like it starts to bleed. They pull their hand back. That's not normal. Is that paint? Tell me that's paint.
Did you? It could be paint. I mean, is your finger okay? Did you cut yourself, breaking and now.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. This is weird. This is weird, right? It's not. I'm just not like. I'm not overreacting. This
Yeah,
is weird.
no, this is weird.
Yeah, no, this is
Yeah.
weird. It's weird. I don't know what kind of life lesson this is. I don't know if this is supposed to be the champagne and strawberries part, but I'm not having a good time anymore, I think.
Yeah. No. Neither. Neither am I.
It's not great.
Yeah. No. I think there's no one here.
Like, but where? I mean, like, there's got to be somebody here.
I mean, I did see someone.
I mean, have you heard from Reggie? Like, I mean, you were closer to him than any of us.
No, we we haven't really talked after the breakup.
Yeah. I'd text or call someone, but there's no signal. Hasn't been signal since I was like an hour within range of here.
All
Felix,
right.
do you want to go next?
Go ahead
Yeah,
and
I
color
think
in that painting. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Go ahead and color in the painting, and then Felix, you can go next.
I think Felix heads over and like grabs a piece of cutlery, like they're gonna go back and try to scrape a little more paint off the painting. But as they grab the metal spoon, I roll a 5. That's exciting. This is my first 5 of the game. Okay, so that means this reminds me of something. Yay! Okay, I'm gonna get a memory. Let's do this one. Color it in gold. Oh, oh, horrifying! Thanks, whoever put that one down. The
Oh,
moon
that's
looked like a
good.
demon's eye, and only you could see it. Okay, yeah. Let's go with that. I think Felix like grabs this old metal spoon to go back and like try to like get more of the paint off the painting. And they look into it, and the way that like the metal spoon like bends and reflects, like I think it's like weirdly polished, so it's kind of shiny, and they can see themselves in it. And I think the reflection kind of like they like pause suddenly and get really lost in their reflection in the spoon. And I think the reflection like smiles at them, even though they don't smile, and it winks. And then it like flashes back to that face of the moon. Like I think the night before graduation, they like looking up into the sky, and then I think the memory kind of fades, and they stumble back, drop the spoon onto the ground. The night before we graduated, I swore that I was never, ever, ever going to come back here. I do not know what possessed me to come back here. I know the money would have helped me open my new studio and funded like 3 more projects, but this is not worth it. Do you know that I once saw a demon in the moon? That this place is haunted and cursed, and I'm done being here. I don't care about the champagnes. I don't care about the strawberries. I never want to come back to this place. I said I was never coming back to this place. I don't care how many ghosts I promised that I would come back to this place. I'm leaving. I don't want to be here anymore.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit confused, but I'm also on the same page. I would love to get out of here. I don't think any amount of money is worth whatever is going on here.
I mean, people want to leave. They can leave, I guess. I mean, I think this place is probably harder on you, Felix, than anyone else. I was surprised you came back.
It's funny what time does to your memory. You think, oh, maybe it wasn't so bad. Maybe being constantly berated by ghosts all the time as a teenager was totally fine. My therapist and I have a lot of work to do when we get out of here.
Oh,
so
that's gonna be. Are you gonna just tell your therapist what you can do, or how's that gonna work?
It's a very metaphorical thing that we have going on back and forth.
Okay.
It's like about memory, and yeah, it's a long story. It's convoluted.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured.
All right, go ahead and color in the spoon. And finally, Tobias, you have a note.
I would like to take an automatic success.
Oh, of course you do.
Betrayed at the end.
Literally, I was like, I'm going to go last because two other people have a chance to roll twos, and we'll see what happens with theirs. But if nobody does, then I 100% want to poke and figure out what happens when somebody gets consumed. And so, yeah. So.
All right. So I'm gonna copy and paste that character sheet under your regular one right now, so that way you have access to it. And let's go ahead and act out the first thing though. So
Oh, I'm on the wrong place.
oh, it's all good.
Do-do-do-do.
So you have a note. You have an automatic 5 to 6. Go ahead and take a memory and act it out. And then we'll take on the next steps after that.
Cool. Invisible hands pulled you towards the bottom of the pool. I think this is like I pick up this note and it is and like everybody just kind of hears me say, huh. It's like the incident report from the nurse and the like office here about me and Reggie. Well, let's go with A. After we had a like nearly drowned in the pool. Man, y'all, like as you're like walking towards her, I was like, y'all remember like senior year at the pool party?
Oh shit, when you nearly drowned, right?
Yeah, like it's funny, like I haven't been able to remember anything about that night at all. Like they said like the oxygen it's common like that the brain damage just kind of wipes those memories from when you're not getting oxygen, but there was something underneath there with us, like pulling us down. I remember looking up and seeing like the bottom of a bunch of people's feet up above us as we were getting pulled down towards the drain. Like,
Shit.
That's not the first time that's happened, Tobias.
what?
There was a ghost who hung out in the hallway outside the locker room sometimes. They were always going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about something in the pool that took them.
Oh. Shit.
I mean, ghosts just kind of tend to go on and on and on, so I didn't really think anything of it at the time, but I definitely didn't take swim classes because of it.
Right. And when we were planning a party for the entire senior class at the pool for graduation, you didn't think maybe, hey, something pulls people underneath the water?
Do you know how many ghosts in this horrible, horrible school are constantly yelling about things? It doesn't make sense. And it's not like any of you would have listened to me. You just thought I would have wanted to ruin your pool party because I'm whatever. It's not like I was invited.
I mean, everyone was invited. Like, it was an open invitation.
It's not the same as being invited.
I mean, okay. I mean, we were teenagers. Like, what did you expect?
I mean, there is a big difference between show up if you want and we'd love to see you there.
Yeah, that is a good point. I'll be honest, I just kind of assumed that I'm invited to all parties. Because I guess that kind of was how it went for me.
Yeah, that's because you were invited to all the parties.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't
What
that
I
great.
mean-
Tobias nearly drowned, so it wasn't a great party. So he didn't miss much.
Well, it's lucky, I guess, that it didn't get you, Tobias.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be horrible if I never left this place.
So before we move on, Tobias,
Yeah.
you can take a look at the last 2 cards that are remaining. And what you're going to be doing is basically in the game, like in the physical game, you would just destroy them. But you would, how it would look is you would pick one up, read it out loud, and then rip it up. And then pick it up another one, read it out loud, and then rip it up again. And you would describe why you're choosing to forget these memories, and you're going to answer it if you're in denial of what is happening to you. We don't have to do that in this version. What we could do instead is you could read it either in your head or out loud, and then you could just set it to one side.
No, I'll say them out loud. You saw your own ghost in your dorm room, which I don't think I mean, I think we all, like, that was the thing. I think maybe I never brought it up. Like, I never brought up that I had seen my ghost more than the time we all saw our ghost. Like, everybody else saw it for the first time. I saw it more than once. And you were loudly broken up with in public. Yeah, I think Tobias is totally in denial about that and never wants to acknowledge that it happened.
Awesome. Now we have one final fear left for this room. And I believe it is a fear of small spaces. Is that correct?
Felix also has a fear of getting lost, so it could be, I don't know exactly how the next part works, but if we go into a place that's suddenly unfamiliar, or like we open up the doors to like try to get out of the dining hall, and it is an unfamiliar place that we are now lost in, might be interesting.
That feels good.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, did I freeze?
Just for a second.
You did for a
Sorry, I
second,
think I
yeah.
froze for a second.
Oh, actually,
Okay.
you are.
Okay, sorry.
I think you may be frozen. Actually,
Mm,
just try turning your camera off and on again, real
okay.
quick.
Am I back?
You were for like half a second. Now you're. Yep, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, awesome. So, did you want your fear to be getting lost?
I think so.
I
Like that.
All right. All right. So go ahead and describe what that looks like before you leave. Feel free to use the prompts, and if you want to, you can draw it out.
Awesome. I think that Felix has decided that they would like to go, they would like to get out of here, and they would like to not return ever again. And I think they look out, like they're kind of like just glancing out the windows that are on the side of the cafeteria as they're passing through. And like each time, I think it's like there's a different scene outside. Like there's one like that's like a busy highway that's like right outside suddenly, and then the next time they're in like a thick forest, and the other like the next one they're at the top of like a like grassy peak where there's like no one else around. And the next one, it's like a completely unfamiliar place, and they start to like panic and panic and panic and panic until they just like throw the doors open, trying to get into a place that they recognize.
So you good. Okay, nope, they're gone. We probably should go after them.
Yeah, I think we should. I don't think splitting up's a great call.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Let's stay
Alright.
together.
God
Go
damn
ahead and
it, Tony.
copy and paste your characters onto slide 26. And this is going to be the final room that we play in. So this is going to be a little different because we are now in a maze. When you exit the room, you enter a dark, cold, endless space. A fog fills the room. To every player, describe one thing you sense about the fears. For example, what do they look like? What do they sound like? What do they feel like? Maybe even what do they taste like? So we have the fears listed on the right-hand side. So you can describe what you see. Whoever
I
wants to
think
go first.
maybe
Oh.
like stepping into this space, it's almost like this. I'm getting a little abstract with our senses here, but it's kind of like, you know, when you are grieving so hard and you've cried so hard that like the inside of your mouth just tastes weird, like, or like you just like get this like really like strange internal feeling of like having cried all the tears out of your body. I think that is kind of what this place feels like, the way the fog like just rests on you and like almost rests inside you. It like fills you up literally with grief, and I'm pulling that from like the fear of losing someone close. Like you feel like you've been crying and crying and crying and crying even though you don't really remember, but you feel like completely empty of tears. I think that's my go for this one.
I think for heights, it's kind of like we step out into the entrance and we're pretty sure that we're meant to like immediately like once we step across, we cross the boundary, we step on like level grounds, but we like just for a moment it's like a drop, and that catches us off guard for a moment. But then when we look around to see where we are, it kind of seems like everything is warping around us. It's like we're not entirely sure how far away the wall is across us or to our sides. Like if we take a step to the right, we seem to be right next to the wall all of a sudden. Or but then if we take a step forward, we're way further from the back wall than we remember. And I think that kind of ends up giving us like a bit of vertigo of just being unsure and untrusting of what we're seeing in our surroundings. And I think that's what I'm going to go with for heights.
Similar to that, in regards to the getting lost fear, is that the like any movement that we take, there's a completely different like smell in the area. It's like copper, and then like a deep kind of earthy smell, and then seawater, and like it's just completely disorienting and unfamiliar every time we move.
I think that the fears have an almost sterile potential to them, that they feel like a sense of expectation, like the feeling of a knife before it cuts into something, or the dread before as you turn a corner. There is a salient level of delightful, terrifying anticipation of the emptiness of what would happen if you just tilted and fell into that space.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you put on a deer mask?
Not yet. God, give me a second.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Cool. All right. So how this is going to work is all of you are going to start at the entrance. So where it says number 2 entrance, place all of your alumni there, and you are going to get 2 chances to roll 1d6 to escape the maze. So when you move your character, these individual dotted lines, they have like a space on them. So you would just be moving. And at whatever space that you land on, you get to answer that prompt or any spaces that you pass. So each of the spaces has like their own little prompt. After the first time you roll and you answer your prompts, the room gets a chance to roll, and then the consumed player gets a chance to roll. If the consumed player passes any of you, then each of you have to like go back 1 space. And then we do that again. All right.
It's a game of cat and mouse. Okay.
Yes. So whoever wants to go first, go ahead and roll 1d6.
I feel like maybe I can go first,
makes
since
sense.
Felix did charge out of the dining hall. And probably are
Yeah.
here first. And I rolled a 6, so they are
Ooh.
getting out of here. So let's go 1, 2, 3. What is there a difference with the gray spaces?
Yes, good question. So the gray spaces have abilities that let you help other players or help yourself, basically. But the regular white spaces are just have prompts on them.
Oh. Oh gosh. Sorry, now I'm thinking so hard. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Um, 4, 5. I'm gonna actually bounce over here because I think it's fun. Which is, why did the hallways whisper to you at night? Push another alumni forward 1 space. And I think this really manifests as the ghosts never said anything directly, I think. Never really said anything about you have to go, you have to leave. But there was always kind of like a hint, a clue, an undercurrent that Felix knew that this place, they had to go, that there was like always a way that the ghosts kind of like pushed them out, like not with their words necessarily, but with like the way that they behaved. Even like terrifying Felix to the point that they wouldn't want to come back anymore, I think. And I think Felix, who is like bolted ahead, I think like calls out like, this way, hurry up, come on. And I'm going to give that right over to Nanala.
Okay.
That +1 space.
You don't want to give it to me?
No, I don't. Thank you very much.
Do you even count as an alumni anymore?
Some might say I count more as an alumni.
Oh, that's a good point. I definitely think I chased after Felix soon after they ran out, so I'll go next. Okay. I rolled a 2. I want to go a bit dark with this, and I want to go into this gray area as well. Why was there dried blood on the walls of the communal bathroom? Push another alumni forward 1 space. I think this is why he came to this reunion. I think, yeah, I'm gonna go with it. What was her name? Diana. I think I think Nanala accidentally killed Diana, and Reggie O witnessed it. And for most of the years, he's kind of been using it as like blackmail and holding it over Nanala's head. And I think it was probably like after like a really bad game, one really bad football match, probably like we're in the finals or something, and we got decimated, and I probably like lashed out at Diana, and I think it kind of like just pushed her hard up against the wall, and she smashed her head against the wall and left a trail of blood as she slid down it. And Reggie saw that. So getting a letter from Reggie, he was kind of like, I'm not interested, but clearly Reggie wants me there for some reason. So I have no choice but to go. And yeah, I think the manifestation of him like alumni moving forward, I think you just hear his like heavy footsteps, so you know exactly where he's going, and I'm going to give that to Claire, a +1.
Again, I'm shocked.
Buck wild. I love it. That is a 6. With where does that mean that I can escape from where I am? 3, 4, 5, 6. I think so.
I think I'm bugging out. I'm freezing a little bit. Sorry,
Okay.
What was that question again?
I rolled a 6, and I think from where I am, does that mean that I can escape?
Yes, you can.
Fantastic.
I will say,
Go, Claire, go.
if you
Claire
escape,
does win. It makes sense.
Claire, if you escape, it does make it harder for everyone else to do so. Not
Claire, go.
I'm just saying.
Don't listen to him.
Claire, are you running
gonna
ahead? Are
do
you
it.
leaving your friends?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, Claire's gone. Claire's the
You can
final
still-
goal.
You can still answer any one of the prompts that you pass as well.
Oh. I'm gonna answer the who found a clue to a murder prompt, and say that Tobias found a clue to Diana's murder. That he I think saw the two of you hiding something. I think the shovels you used to hide the body. And kind of put 2 and 2 together. Put 2 and 1 together and made a bit of a logical leap to have some pretty strong suspicions.
All right. So now the manifestation rolls, and that means I'm going to roll. I rolled a 4. So what that means is basically the players that are remaining in the maze get to split the difference of the 4 and go back that many spaces.
Should I have moved first, or should that be?
Yeah. Manifestation rolls first, and sorry, my bad. You roll first, and then a manifestation.
That's what
rolls.
I thought. I just want to make sure.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Because it would matter, because then it would catch them significantly.
Yes,
easier.
yes.
You
go ahead first.
Excellent. I rolled a 5. I think as Diana, as like everybody scatters, I slowly step into this space. Like everybody moves in different directions. Diane, I think as you're like bursting out the doors, the last thing you see as you look back is me pulling a deer mask over the top of my head as I walk slowly down the hallway, whistling and calling out in my most charming voice. Y'all, everyone should stay together. Don't run off too far. Which is going to give me +1 to my 5. Does it mean I need to actually move through the same space as the person, or what does catching up mean in the maze?
So you either are adjacent to them. It doesn't really matter as long as you like pass them somehow. Then that draws everyone else back.
Excellent. In that case, I'm going to go like this. 2, 3, 4. I guess I really only needed 5, but I'll still have done it. What was hidden beneath the floorboards of my room?
So you have your own set of questions to answer.
I have my own set of questions.
Yes, on your character sheet.
Oh, that's right. Rather than me flipping back and forth, and I should have showed everybody what I did, so I'll do that. I will answer any of the questions that you give me, Banana, if you can look at those questions and feed me one. But I moved through the maze like this, so that I could make everybody go back 1.
All right. I'm going to ask you one question, and that question is, why do you think you're doing this for the alumni's own good?
I mean, this is where we all discovered the true power that lay in us. This is the place where we became the people we were supposed to be. I mean, it's so sad that Claire was the first one gone. After all, she had the most potential out of all of us. I'm sure everybody else is happy for her, but I just think of how that potential will go to waste outside and away from here.
Amazing.
Damn it, Tobias.
You're too good at being evil. I'm mad about it.
Everyone goes back 1 space. Luckily, some of you don't have to go too far. Yeah, so you don't have to go too far. Except that now the manifestation rolls as well. So, okay. So the second time I rolled, I got a 2. So you could split that, or you could decide who wants to take more of that. Your call.
Let's split it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, I'll take 1. Oh god,
So-
I need to roll a 6.
And you can still use your special abilities on your
Oh, yeah,
your sheet
special
too.
abilities.
Don't forget about those. So when a manifestation retaliates against you, what does that look like?
I think it's for each of us, right?
Yes.
What is it for each of us?
Yes.
I think so. While I was in that corner, I probably like heard something hit the wall behind me, and I turn around and I think I see like Diana slumped up against the wall, head kind of smashed in, but her eyes staring up at me, and I just could very hurriedly scurry back as far away as I can, and end up finding myself almost back where I started.
Yeah, I think Felix they like got to the end of a dead end and they are terrified because they are so lost again. And I think the manifestation, like trying to probably trick them, retaliate against them, is the voices of the ghosts that they're familiar with from being at the academy for so long, telling them to go the wrong way. Because the first time how they got their powers was they got lost and the ghosts helped them out. But now I think the ghosts have like turned against them and are pulling them deeper into the maze.
Great. So now you get 1 more chance to roll to see if you escape.
Okay.
Shall we roll together, Drac? I feel like we should.
You know, yeah. Okay.
I did it! I rolled a 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
I'm going to use my telekinesis to reroll. I rolled a 1.
Don't go. Don't go.
Okay, I rolled a
No.
6 with my reroll.
Yes.
Ah, boo.
Yes.
Nice. So all of you escape. You get to
Yeah.
answer one more prompt, the each of you, and then we'll move into the final section of the game.
Ooh, why did
I have.
Oh, go ahead.
ahead.
I don't want to steal yours because I feel like you have a very good idea.
I have a very gay idea, which I feel like is also maybe a good idea.
Yes,
there's
always.
synonyms. Yeah, always.
So, what was hidden beneath the floorboards of your room? And I think it was a letter that Felix never sent about their feelings for Nanala. And I think maybe both of them are like dashing around the maze. And Felix just like finally glimpses like their old 15 years ago friend / crush. And they like just grab their hand and like pull them out together.
I love that so
So
damn
good.
much. Oh, mine isn't as gay.
Make it gayer. Make it gayer.
Okay, how can I make this? Oh no. Okay. I don't know. Okay. So what did I'm trying to think of one that would work. That could still make gruesome, but also gay. I think Reggie O'Dowd. I think he kind of not only did he use it as like blackmail, but I think he kind of had like a really kind of fucked up kind of crush on Nanala and used the blackmail kind of to as I guess as close as he can have Nanala be his partner. Kind of like if you don't play along, you'll be in prison and it'll be much worse than pretending to be with me. So yeah, I think, and that's probably why Reggie broke up with Claire.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, that's
The
my
layers.
answer.
So
The
good.
layers. My God.
Like, I
that's
think Reggie was just
amazing.
really fucked up and took this opportunity.
Love it. All right, so now we're going into the final slide. Slide 30, which is the end of the game. So let's start off with our alumni who have overcome the manifestation. So if you escape the manifestation, describe what it looks like from your point of view, from the point of view of your character when you escape. So let's start off with Claire, just because you escaped first.
So Claire escaped, like ran out the door and turned around, and the whole school looked like it was like on fire, but the fire was this like black starry flame rather than actual fire. And it looked like it was just absolutely falling apart. And was an absolute mess.
Awesome. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. Hand in hand with Felix, would run out and I guess out of instinct or just to make sure nothing was following us, Nalala looks behind them, and I think they see. Oh, the flames was a good idea, and I had something similar to that. But I think they see. It almost looks like the building was shifting. Like we actually see it shifting now from the outside, and you can see that it's almost like parts of it were glitching or a very not most horrific way to describe it, but like just loading in. So like just seeing bits like when almost like they didn't exist until I perceived them, and then all of a sudden they existed just so that I can interact with them, kind of deal. So you just see parts of the building glitching and suddenly appearing, almost as if it was trying to create an environment that I would stay in or had no choice to stay in. But I just managed to escape. Barely. I think Banana's frozen. Yeah.
Banana. It's the curse of Deimos Academy.
Well,
Yeah.
Causing banana to glitch.
I got cursed.
So,
Truly
Ah.
cursed.
Felix, do you want to go ahead and answer the same question?
Yeah, I absolutely can. Like Drek mentioned, hand in hand, Felix like busts out of this place. And I think like as everyone maybe like we're all turning to like look back. I think they don't necessarily like see the fire or the warping, but they do see all of the ghosts that they knew in their young adulthood, in their teen years. Like none of them had been in there with us when we were in there, but I think all of them now are like in the windows, and every single window in the academy like is a ghost that I think they're all like waving to Felix kindly. I think it's not sinister very much so. It's like they're happy that Felix has gone out. Some thumbs up from the windows too.
Oh, that was a thumbs up to Banana starting to move again, but yes, also in the window.
I'm not the ghost anymore.
All of my ghosts here in my little windows. Yeah, and Felix just kind of like stumbles back just a little bit, and just looks at all these people that they knew. They're only friends from high school, really, except for the ones that are still with them right now. So
Awesome.
that's there.
Before we shine the spotlight over to Tony, I'm going to ask all of you to go through these questions, this final ad lib together. So as a group, fill out the prompts below. Each player will have a chance to answer each statement. So we overcame the manifestation. It took a lot out of us, but it felt like a weight has been lifted. Immediately after this, so what is the activity that you all did?
Oh.
Felix takes new portraits of everyone, like really nice ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
Might I suggest champagnes and strawberries at the start?
Yeah.
Yes,
And then
for
we get
sure.
champagnes and strawberries.
All right. In the days that passed, we tried to return to our normal lives. The people in our lives, our relationships feel was an adjective or an emotion.
Oh. Okay. I think our lives and relationships kind of feel not unstable. What's the right word for it? Like just missing something. We have a whole life that we can only really share with each other. So anyone and everyone outside of that, it feels like you're showing them a very 2D version of ourselves. Yeah.
We can't stop thinking about what is an activity.
Maybe that day that we all fell asleep in the back of the chapel together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last peaceful time we were together.
Nice. And finally, we are worried about, and what's a noun?
Tobias.
The proper noun,
Yeah.
Tobias.
All right, now for Tobias.
Mm-hmm.
Describe how your character becomes consumed by the manifestation.
So I think we see as we see each of them spill out into the darkness, the fire and the glitching and the ghosts start to fill. Like we actually see those ghosts almost stepping out from where Tobias is to occupy each of those windows. And then we see kind of this merging reality of them kind of getting sucked back into a singular point. Tobias's figure, then Tobias's portrait or face appears in the empty painting of the headmaster's portrait, and all of a sudden we see fading in from an astral form, getting harder and harder. The teachers of the school. We see Mrs. Springfield. We see Mr. Smythe. We see all the different people standing there around it, fading in harder and harder and harder as all of a sudden the painting looks down and says, don't worry, we can try again with the next class.
Nice.
Oh my god.
That's so good.
Love it.
We were consumed. It was quick. We felt the power of the manifestation course through our veins, and we just knew that this was right. Immediately after this, what did you do?
Kind of already covered that. So I
Yeah.
re-manifested all the teachers who were secretly part of this ghost force the entire time.
In the days that passed, things felt different. It felt adjective or emotion?
It felt laden with possibility.
Nice. We have a desire to activity.
Prepare more young minds.
Amazing. I will not stop until all is adjective.
Me. Oh wait, no, adjective. Oh,
Me is fine
all
too.
is-
you could do that.
all
Me
is
would count as an
all
adjective
is
in this case.
yeah. I would say all is united. The way I am using it is adjective, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Awesome. Finally, answer this question individually. What happens to your character 2 years from now? So each of you get a chance to answer that.
May I suggest something, Felix? I think Reggie O'Donnell ends up in an inexplicable accident, and and everyone hears about it. Like, I don't think anyone knows about their relationship or the relationship that Nanala and Reggie have had these past 15 years. But that inexplicable accident, almost like a couple of weeks afterwards, Nanala is suddenly way more like emotionally available and asks Felix out.
Why am I blushing? Yeah. Yeah. And if I may, I think that Felix takes Nanala to one of their galleries, one of their own galleries. And I think their reputation for the photography they do is kind of like, oh, it's like abstract and odd and empty. But I think Felix takes you through, like, once the gallery is closed, like your own tour, and they tell you about each of the ghosts that these pictures are portraits of, even though no one else can see them. So they go through and they tell you the story of each of the portraits in their gallery, and only you know, I think.
I am in love with.
God,
Oh
that's
my
so good.
god! Wait, that's so spooky but romantic at the same time.
Oh, that's so good.
Did you want to go next, Dan?
Yeah. I think Claire. So, all right. So here's after this, Claire loses the ability to see the future. Cannot see the future anymore. And so they move on from the fashion industry because kind of their ability to see what trends were coming up was what really kind of helped them there. So I think instead they would try and move from Louisiana to where their really only other friends are, and be near Felix and Anala, and probably just make like an honest living at a boring office job, and just kind of allow themselves to fade into their own personal obscurity.
If I may, maybe can, like, the 2 years later thing be all of us going out for karaoke and Claire reprising the song that they sang at the talent
Yes.
show?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Finally, Tony.
It fades over as like My Corner of the Sky from Pippin, like is being karaoke. Then it fades over like a radio scratch to a construction site where Deimos Academy is opening up a brand new dormitory to welcome students for the next semester. We see a number of construction workers who as we flash through their different faces, we see a number of students from the past who are no longer with us. So we see Diana, we see some of the Reggies, we see arriving brand new Reggie O, who's handed a vest and a tool belt and told to get to work by Tobias. As we fade to black.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
That is so good.
So good.
Thank you so much, everyone, for playing.
Awesome.
That was so fun.
Thank you for making such an amazing game.
So good.
Seriously.
Thank you.
We do a thing here on Plus One EXP called Reaction Roll. So Reaction Roll is a live stream inside of a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the creator of a game that we just played and talk about our experience playing that game. Today, we just finished playing Deimos Academy, which is a GM-less horror RPG where you use paper dolls to represent your characters. I had an absolute blast playing and eventually becoming the horrible villain. I'm excited to hear what everybody else has to think about it. But Banana, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do? Tell us a little bit more about Deimos Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much again for playing this game. I'm Banana Chan, she, her, they, them. You can find me on Twitter at Banana Chan Games. I am a game designer. I own a publishing company called Game in a Curry, and we are launching Deimos Academy next week on the 15th. So that is very soon. That is in 5 days. I'm sure by the time this is up on YouTube or something, it's already launched.
Nope, it's on YouTube right now. It's multi-stream
YouTube
across
right now.
everything. It's already there.
Thank you. Okay.
Don't hack
awesome.
if you hack into Kickstarter, make sure to add 10 days to the project.
Yes, please do. Thank you. And yeah, so Deimos Academy is by myself, Austin Taylor, and Amanda Call. So we're very excited for it.
Awesome. I had a blast playing, like I said, but let's hear from some of our other players, what their experiences was, what their thoughts were, and if they have any questions about it. Let's start with Dan. Dan, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and what it was like to play Deimos Academy?
Absolutely. I'm Dane Spencer, they, them. I play a bunch of RPGs. I make puzzles. I do podcasts, all sorts of stuff. I had so much fun with this. I have only played a couple of other GM-less RPGs, and they're always such a like an interesting and fun storytelling vehicle. And this one, I think, had like the prompts and the different memories and everything was such an interesting mechanic that really helped to like build the story out, and I absolutely loved it. I thought it was fantastic.
Awesome. Do you have any questions you want to ask Banana?
Yeah, so I think, I guess my question would be, is it more of a challenge to create an RPG that is intentionally GM-less than it would be to create one that has one?
Yes and no. So this game has been in the works for I would say like 3 years. And so initially this was not supposed to be like this. It was initially supposed to be like a murder house type of thing. And it was inspired by the nutshell studies. And when we first started designing this thing, it was GM'd. And then eventually we decided like, we don't really need a GM, maybe a facilitator, maybe, but it was like all prompt driven. So it was just like, we don't really need a GM for this. So it started off as being a GM's game, and then now it's GM-less.
Nice.
Awesome. Sweet. Let's hear next from Nanala / Drac. Drac, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and where they can find you online?
Yeah, so I'm Draconics or Drac. You can find me on Twitter at Draconics. That's DRAKONIQUES. Kind of stream all over the place. So honestly, follow me on Twitter will be the best place to figure out where I am and what I'm doing at any given moment. I'm also going to be one of the writers. I'm going to be writing a little scenario for Deimos Academy. So if you want, I don't know, am I allowed to say what like my scenario
Go for
is?
it.
Yeah,
if you
so
don't, that's going to be my question when it's my turn to ask creators questions. So go ahead.
I'm going to be writing a scenario where the Deimos Academy camp is actually going to be an old Dracula's castle, and that's where the academy was set. So I'm going to be writing that. So if you're interested in some, at least some hints of vampire, maybe an action one, who knows, check out Deimos Academy and back it. Hit the note, click follow it, so you can get notified when it launches. Tell your friend to, tell your mum to, tell your dad, tell your ghosts, anyone, tell them to follow and keep it so they can be notified when it launches. I absolutely loved it. This is the first time I actually got to play it. I've seen it played, but haven't got to play it. This is the first time. And I think, especially for someone who, I don't know, I'm very much a STEM student, I guess is the best way to put it. I have no background in theater or improv or anything like that. So definitely situations where I get stumped of what to do or say. But with the prompts, that helped a whole lot. Like, I definitely caught myself being like, I don't know what to say, and I'm realizing I could just read the prompt and that could help me out. And the moment I did, it kept the creativity and the imaging and everything flowing. So I think that's probably my favorite part of it, honestly, because that's the part I usually have trouble with GM-less games. I absolutely adore this. I'm very excited because now I have ideas for what to put in my scenario.
Awesome. Love it. Sweet. So Felix, why don't you tell people a little bit about who you are, what you do, and what it was like to play Deimos? I keep on looking at people's names. C, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and what it was like to play Deimos Academy?
That's totally fine. Felix is a cute name. That's why I chose it. Hi, everyone. My name is C. I use they, them pronouns. I am a TTRPG performer / digital artist / dramaturg / producer. You can find me making very trans, very gay art of my very trans, very gay characters at PieSharp Art, pretty much anywhere on the internet. You can also find me as a co-producer and player over on Transplanar RPG, which, if you don't know, is an all-transgender person of color-led 100% homebrew D&D 5th edition actual play livestream set in a non-colonial anti-Orientalist world. So if you like me being moody and also like a little gay, and by a little I mean like a lot of gay, I am doing that every Saturday at 7 p.m. Over on Transplanar's channel. So go check that out. I simply loved this game so much. Just the character creation was an absolute blast. The format of the rules, I love getting to color. So it was just like everything was just like hitting so right, and the themes are so strong, and the questions that are in the game are like so like well developed and like beautifully thought out. So just thank you for like giving this gift to the world. And I don't really know what to say other than like this is absolutely my shit, and I had so much fun playing in it. And my question for you, Banana, actually is, what is your favorite room? Like, what is your favorite place? Your personal favorite place?
Oh. That is a good question. Wait, like in the game?
In the game. Yes,
Okay.
in the game.
So
what is your favorite like design of the rooms that you've made?
I actually went to boarding school, and like I would say the teacher's apartment is pretty on point. Because we had like teachers' apartments on campus as well. So like I would say like that is probably like one of the weirder ones, but also like very much like, oh, this looks exactly right. Like all the art is done by Amanda Call. And like I didn't give her that many instructions, honestly, except for this is the feel. And she just like knocked it out of the park, and I was like, wow, this is not what, yep, this is giving me nightmares already. So this is great.
Awesome. I love it. By the way, if any of y'all have any more questions, feel free to toss them out in just a second. Also, if you're watching live right now, or if you're watching later on and want to toss questions in the chat or in the comments below, please feel free to. I would love to hear from you. But I also had a blast playing. Like I said, it's one of the games I've anticipated the most because first of all, I love the design work you do. I think you think about table presence far more than a lot of RPG creators with the work that you do. We've talked about this a couple of times, so I won't rehash all the reasons I love that. But I do think any game I see your name attached to that I feel like you have a lot of creative influence in, like it's 100% going to be a game I'm going to get, if nothing else, to be like, I want to interact with the physical reality of this game. And so when I saw the paper doll piece, I immediately was like, that's a great vibe for horror. And it is also like such a cool table piece that we haven't seen anywhere else. So I'm tremendously excited about that. I always love when a game forces me. There's a big difference between like this game, I don't know how to play this game, and this game is making me think about playing in a different way. And this game definitely makes me think about playing in a different way. It's very clear. It's very easy to understand, but especially the first time through, you're like trying to figure out what are the narrative beats, how are we pacing this, especially with horror, especially with a one-shot game that's such a huge piece, and especially with people you're playing with all for the first time, you're figuring out each other's moves. It was very cool to watch play culture evolve over the course of the one-shot, where by the end we've got the vibes of each other down. And so like, even if this game was just a good game and not a great game, which I think is a great game, I would say this is a game that would help players figure out some play culture stuff at the table real quick, which from a totally meta level, I think is tremendous. And I would say like, hey, if you're having trouble getting your group to gel together, because by the time we hit the cafeteria, it was like same, get out of my head. Like
Yeah.
I'm going to walk over and touch your things. We had moved beyond just the mechanical, we're learning this, but we were also hit the good group think that happens with solid improv of, oh man, we're all thinking in the same direction. And it's very rare to see that. I think GMless games do it really, really well, but even then, like a lot of times you're very isolated into what you're doing. This is consistently drawing you into what everybody else is doing while giving very solid control over, this is my character. That's a tremendously difficult place to design. And I think this game absolutely kills it. I think, but there's also where my question lies, like, what was the process of figuring out the narrative beats? Like it's 4 rooms and then you enter a maze and then there's all these different pieces, which are all phenomenal sequencing to the way that you move through it. How long did it take to figure out like the right length and the right amount of play for this game?
It honestly took a lot of development. I think like initially, like I said, it was all like it had more paper crafting, and the focus was on, I guess, like creating a murder versus like just letting players like do their own thing. Like it was a lot of like, okay, how do we make this like a little bit more controlled versus like now we're giving the players more control and we're letting them like do their own thing, but still maintaining those guidelines, right? Like those guardrails where you like know what you're doing, you know what you're you get the chance to like pace it out. Like you said, like, I understand what I'm doing now, mechanics wise, I can push the story forward in this way. I think like initially when we were doing the rooms, it was just like, okay, like I understand what I'm doing. I'm just gonna go through like, all these different mechanics, but we needed like something at the very end to like make it really urgent and like feel a little bit more like the stakes were high. So that's when we added the maze. And that maze took us like a while to sort of figure out and finagle. But eventually I think we got there. Initially it was supposed to be like a point system. We had like a boss with HP, and yeah, it was it was weird. It was very different.
It was funny because as a player, so as a player, I was immediately like, as a consumed player, I was immediately like, this maze is too easy. I hate this. Like they're all gonna get away. I'm not gonna get it. If I was not a consumed player, I'd be like, this maze is perfect. I'm so glad. I'm so glad we can make very intentional choices. Choose who to like. There are a lot of moments where it's like we could choose to sacrifice people. We could choose to let people go. Like, how is that all going to play out? There's also plenty of swing in all the different elements that I think are very cool. And I loved the questions, even though I couldn't flash back to them real quick. Like the questions that get asked as the consumed player were also tremendously rich and good. I'll be honest, like if I was going to run it, I would probably be like, I'm going to double this maze because I want to chase people a little bit longer and run around, because I just loved all those prompts, right? Like all those questions that you're filling out towards the end, all those reveals, all those pieces back, I think were so much fun. And then being able to start to flex into different elements that had come up during the game, I just was very tremendous. As somebody who loves to watch motifs and themes build during a game, like this provides such a tremendous opportunity, to the point where I'm like, man, I cannot wait to play this game a second time now that I've gone through the full vibe of it, because now I'll know kind of like how that pacing actually feels versus how it reads on paper. And that's, like I said, I can't wait to play again. Like I'm so excited about this game, and it was such a tremendous thing to play with all of you. Just want to throw it out there. Did anybody have any more questions? All right. Benny, tell us one more time when the game's going to go live, and kind of what people can expect from the Kickstarter campaign.
Yeah, so the game is going to go live on the 15th. That's next Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern, I believe. I got to double check. But that's when it's going live, and it's going to be up for 30 days. So
awesome. Unless you hack into it sooner, at which point, please add extra days.
Yes.
You can go to ttrpg.link/Deimos Academy. The link is down in the description. It's also right below my face right here. By the way, we are going to raid people in a minute. I always forget to raid people. I remembered to this time. I've got it pulled up. We'll figure out who we're going to raid. If somebody knows someone who's live right now, let me know, and we'll look at that. But a couple of things we've got coming up in the meantime. Over the course of the next couple of days, we've got a ton of amazing streams happening. Starting tomorrow night, we've got Crapland, which is a Troika adventure by Sean Richter. Bats from over at the Nerve Store is actually going to be running it for us, because Sean said, I trust Bats to do this well. It is basically a bizarre suburban kind of banal setting that weird incarnations of capitalism start bursting into, and we're just normal Troika characters trying to make it through the day within that space. It's going to be very weird, very gonzo. Come find out exactly what that means and looks like tomorrow night. We also have on Saturday one of the other games I'm most excited about for this year, Yaziba's Bed and Breakfast, that we're going to be playing with Jay Dragon and a crew of team members. We're going to play 2 chapters out of the book. It's a legacy RPG kind of slice of life cozy hotel, but there's 5 different kind of mechanical emotional tones to each of the settings. I've played this game a couple of times now. It's absolutely tremendous. I cannot wait to play it on stream, but come back and check that one out. And then finally on Sunday, we've got a game of Justicars. Justicar is a game of courtroom drama we're going to be playing with Nevin Holmes, and I'm tremendously excited about as well. It is a GM-less game where one person plays the judge, one person plays all the witnesses, one person prosecutor, one person defense, and I'm super excited to see that game in action also too. Tons of great things. If you're worried about missing any of those, you can click down below to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Everything goes up live right away, but you'll also get notified when the videos are ready as well, including this one. So if you caught this late or only caught the second half of this, feel free, hop over there and check it out. We would love your support in any way that you can. Feel free to subscribe, because I got to remember to start saying that, or hit us up over on Ko-fi if you want to help us support indie press creators who are making absolutely amazing games. Banana, thank you so much for coming on and facilitating. Drac, great to play with you all for the first time. Dan, always great to play with you, especially when we get to flex those horror muscles. But until next time, I've never figured out a good way to close out stream. So we just wave at the camera until I take us offline. Bye, everybody. Thanks for coming and joining us. Wait. Who are we raiding? Does anybody have somebody who's live right now? Anybody know? Otherwise, I'm going to click raid. I only got one person.
Scriv the Bard. Scriv the Bard is a good friend of mine.
Do you want to drop over on Discord? Do you want to drop me their name, and we can raid them in just a second?
Oop. There you go. Oh, caps lock went weird there.
I should be better about this.
There you
go. Scriv the Bard. Pick a channel to raids. Here we go. We're going to raid Scrib the Bard. And again, thank you, everybody. We're going to wave at the screen until I take us offline. I never remember exactly how this works when it's raid, but we'll see y'all soon. All right, we're clear.